2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question: how are we doing right now? There's something we got to talk a little bit. We're going to talk a little bit about this energy right now, because if you're feeling a bit nostalgic, if you're feeling a bit sentimental, if you feel like there's a lot of work that may be happening right now in recontextualizing the past, right? Like recontextualizing the past is, if you would like a nice energy to recontextualize the past in, may I suggest a little bit of Jupiter and Venus and Mercury all hanging out in Cancer together. Okay? Because the thing you have to understand, what do we like? And it's funny too, because I know that everybody has been looking at this astrology right now and being like, oh no, and trying to compare it to other time periods where the astrology had similarities, if you will. But this is the thing about it. And it's like, you have to take this into consideration. We never go through the same energy twice, right? And one of the things that I think is really important about Jupiter, Venus, and Cancer, like in Cancer, Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury all in Cancer together, is the ability to work into the context of perception, right? Because you have to understand, like the doors of love to a certain extent are open when we allow ourselves to perceive and build our judgment upon perception, right? Particularly and especially when we recognize the ego's tendency to want to go inwards, right? It always reminds me, like, we often see that symbol of like, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. And what do you get when you potentially have all of those energies together? You have what it feels like. Like, that is the experience of being deep within an egoic state, right? Because like it's like it's a room for one, right? It's very crowded in a big ego space, right? Because there's no room beyond the self, right? It's very much, it almost creates that experience by which, you can't stand to look at things, or you can't stand to see things. And the work that we do, and this is why we talk to a certain extent about navigating shadow work, which I say, it's like, it sounds like a very ominous word for a very natural process, which is the ability to kind of work through things, right? To navigate the anxiety or to navigate the fear. It allows us to speak into things in a deeper way, right? It allows for the clarity and the observation of being able to articulate and express um, what we feel energetically invested within. And I think it's interesting too, because, one of the things I'm getting, that one of the things that's been coming through a lot with these readings is that um, like labels create intrusive shields, right? Because and you'll often see this because like you'll often, like, what is the label that you will often see someone deep within an egoic state putting on everything around the self? Nonsense, right? It's the negation of any other experience. It's the negation of anything that can exist beyond the one that we ourselves embody. And I feel like that's really difficult right now, because the thing about it, and I just want to kind of point this out, the energy right now, there is a quality of polarization that we potentially see is occurring in an energy like we're currently experiencing, right? However, what's interesting about it is, and I want to describe it, there are those that might not be fully invested in their Mars journey, right? And what do we mean by a Mars journey? Because the thing is, you have to look at where a proportionality of the planets are right now. We've got a lot of planets in Cancer, and we've got a lot of planets in Aries. And I think that a few months ago, we saw that something very beautiful was coming through in terms of the work that was happening in Aries, because it's the quality of identifying what it means to be truly strong upon things, right? Show those who feel vulnerable feel like they must put on a show of strength, right? Like the strength show. And I wouldn't be surprised if you're on your healing journey and you're seeing evidence of strength shows, right? Like, like, aren't you scared, right? And it's the quality and condition of understanding that true strength does not require a show of force, right? True strength does not require a show of force, because when strength is truly strong, we bring it forth, right? We bring it forth in a thousand different ways, in a thousand different capabilities, right? It's that very heavy investiture that we energetically bring to things to articulate and understand the force of our intention. So I wouldn't be surprised right now if you're potentially seeing, right, if you're, especially with energy like this, if you're potentially seeing like two different modalities of those potentially working through this energy. One is energy that's not deeply invested in the work, and what's it going to feel like? Like a lot of that, like, I want to say that pugnacious, like the pugnaciousness, right? The reactivity or the volatility in relationality to, like, doing something more for energetic effect than impact, versus potentially the space by which we see somebody who's really working on something that, again, creates that feeling of energetic like stability, right? And I will point out, and we just have to kind of recognize this, there is a rapid quality that we identify that's occurring right now. I mean, Mercury just shifted. So whenever we see Mercury going through a shift, especially when we're coming out of a Sagittarius full moon, there may be a lot of working through things as they occur to in a certain way. But like the thing I like about that is the speed, like the speed by which we see, and it's interesting too, because it's the best way I can describe it is it's Cancerian speed. And the thing about what, how do I explain Cancerian speed? Cancerian speed is often cumulative, right? It's often the space by which it's often the space by which, like a lot of things pile up, and they feel like they're not going anywhere, and then all of a sudden, like flow state, right? All of a sudden, it's like boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean? Like it's very, and I think in a way, um, there's something beautiful about that because it's basically, and I like to point out, Cancerian speed is based on the cascade, right? And you, here's the thing about it: you can't you can't create a cascade. You can only cultivate, right? Like how do you build? You can't. There's no way you can intentionally work into cascade energy. The only way you can find cascade energy is by what, right? By just being consistent, by being consistent. Right, just there you are being consistent, just being consistent, and then the cascade occurs, right? And so I think that there's something very lovely about that, but at the same time, it's requiring like I wouldn't be surprised if you're also like working through like some frustration right now, like I mean, like I gotta just remind you, like Mars is in Taurus right now. Okay, like Mars is in Taurus, and it's on its all alone in Taurus. Mars is all alone in Taurus. So Mars all alone in Taurus can be a lot of like nobody knows. Like it's like, oh, woe is me. Like it can create a little, it can, it's a little somber in there. You know what I mean? Like it's a little like it's okay. It's like, so I want you to just be conscientious about that because everybody's feeling it. Okay, everybody's feeling it. Even if you're feeling it, like I'm telling you, somebody else is feeling it too. It's so I want you to be conscient. Like it's like like Mars and Taurus is like it's kind of like Eeyore energy. Okay, it's like I guess I'll just go. It's like it can be like that. Now this is having a very different impact depending on what you connect to. We did an astrological read yesterday, and I'm going to try to break it down the best way I can. Like I'm not going to go through all. If you want to if you want to see all of the signs for that, go head over to the place where we keep the videos and over on the stack, because you'll find the full reading there. But the other thing that's happening right now is this energy is having a very big difference depending on your astrological placements. um, Earth signs, like what I was basically seeing there, um, a lot of like the earth sign energy, I feel like right now is probably feeling the most energetically secure. I mean, Taurus was going through it a bit. But and I want to point this out for the like the problem, like the thing I got like I want to give like a warning bell right now for like those with Taurus placements. And I just want to point this out. There's this tendency, like when Mars is moving through Taurus, it can feel like you see red flags everywhere, right? Like there's everything just energetically provoking you. So be conscientious about that right now. Capricorn actually was moving through a lot of positive things, right? Like it feels like there's a bit of resolution energy in the air. And there's something about the resolution that's happening right now that feels somewhat reaffirming. So that feels like I felt like out of all of the earth sign energy right now, like Capricorn in this energy is probably feeling the most grounded and supported, which I mean, I kind of love that for them. Now, in relationality to, in terms of, in terms of what we are identifying towards the other signs, and I want to kind of get to like the one thing I want to talk about a lot right now is, so what are we effectively seeing? We're seeing Taurus kind of having to navigate things with like a sense of perseverance, right? Not allowing the self to be triggered. Capricorn having a bit of a resolution moment, right? Giving oneself an opportunity to like amplify self-care is what I was seeing. Virgos, that Virgos, it was actually really interesting because I was seeing that a lot of Virgo energy right now was feeling very similar to what I was seeing a lot of this fire sign going through. And I wasn't surprised to see it because it felt very akin to what we were identifying that was happening in Leo. So, like for a lot of the Virgo energy, what was basically coming through was like the understanding that perfect is an all-inclusive space, right? There was something very strong that was coming through about there, about recognizing exclusivity, and how often energy that's being awful, like the most awful energy you ever meet, will try to articulate that they were just trying to do something nice by excluding something or someone, right? So it was like, it was that type of energy. So it feels very protective, but it feels protective in the best way possible. Making sure that you're using your words to be able to articulate, like re-explaining to someone why something is not okay to a certain extent might require a bit of patience right now. Now, air signs, what we were effectively seeing is, the air signs. I'm not worried about Gemini right now. I'm not worried about Gemini in this type of energy. Everything I was reading with Gemini right now may be feeling like a windfall moment, especially given the fact that we've got Uranus that's also moved into Gemini right now, and the fact, we also see the fact that, like, on top of everything we're currently experiencing right now, we also see the fact that we're going to be having a new moon in Gemini. So it feels like, like the funny thing about it is there may be feeling like there's a lot of activation right now for Gemini, but Gemini kind of being like feeling like it's a relief because it's distracting one from things that feel like they're more heavy. Like, this is almost like I'm getting like Gemini's introducing like the welcome distraction, if you will, being like, woohoo. In terms of Aquarius, like Aquarius, I see is having to effectively, like, this energy right now for Aquarius may be feeling kind of roughshod, because the thing you have to identify with that is working through, like, the ability to find ideal requires one to be able to identify um, where one's energy is best placed, is the best way I can describe it, right? Because, and I think for Aquarians right now, like, there's something about being judicious about one's energy in terms of where it's best placed is potentially creating like frustrations, because it almost feels like Aquarius having to navigate a lot of demands on their person as it relates to working through things. So there might be a little bit of like healthy boundary issue conversations happening there, um, to work towards higher ideals. For Libras, the thing I was seeing with Libras that was really interesting was it feels like Libras are going through a really impactful learning moment. And the thing with the learn, and I feel like it's a very nuanced learning moment. It might even be feeling somewhat akin to an awakening process, because it's the ability to potentially see things with a sense of empathy, or something that one hasn't recognized before. But I feel like, again, for Libras, that kind of work always feels beautiful because it allows one to be able to balance further. Um, water signs. The thing I'm seeing right now with a lot of the water sign placements, and this was interesting, um, very, very different for water sign energy right now. I would say that in terms of the water signs, what I was identifying felt most disparate. And again, a part of me is not surprised to see that, given the fact that there's a quality to this energy in terms of navigating cascade, and water signs all handle cascade in different ways, right? So I feel like for Pisces, it felt more organizational right now, right? I think for a lot of the Pisces placements, trying to do like, I keep on getting trying to reorganize something, like going back to something in the past and reorganizing it to give it a different context is what I'm seeing. So there was something very interesting about that. Um, and it might be feeling like, it's interesting because it was very, there was a lot of scrutiny there, but it felt like positive scrutiny, right? It almost felt like the type of energy of someone like going over their notes to a certain extent. and seeing something there that they didn't see before. Um, Cancer energy right now, and I want to point out Cancer energy right now, incredibly romantic. Like I feel like Cancerian energy may be having a moment right now, given the fact that we've got like that. Here's the thing about it, like at the end of the month, Jupiter is finally moving out of Cancer, right? And at the moment, we're having this like beautiful, we're having this like, it's like retrospective energy. It's like retrospective energy because you've got Jupiter and Mercury and Venus all chilling out in Cancer, which is like it's retrospective, which is like it's the ability to potentially see like talk to someone about how much something means, right? Like deep, like these are some like pearl diving conversations, like really like getting into it with someone, or really being able to finally be in a place by which you feel like you can openly express something. So there may be something about this time period for cancers that feels incredibly healing, right? But then some catharsis, but like cancers, you kind of like catharsis. You know what I mean? Like cancers are like cancers are great at the like hurt so good kind of energy. So like, there's something about that. Now Scorpios, man, if you're a Scorpio, what is going on? Because like the reading I gave yesterday, like, and I want to point this out, like I was seeing something where Scorpio has found a flaw. And the thing about Scorpio energy is like when Scorpio finds a flaw, they'll like it's like they'll hold the party around the flaw. You know what I mean? Like the thing about it with Scorpios, especially if they feel like especially if they feel like especially if one feels like what another person is doing is energetically wrong. Like the funny thing about it is like it's just and you know this about yourself, Scorpio. Like Scorpio won't put a stop to something. They'll put a microphone on it. You know what I mean? Scorpio won't put a stop to something that's wrong. They'll like, they'll like it was like it's a pop like it's like ta-da, you know what I mean? Like there's something like they'll put together a PowerPoint presentation. So I mean like I can't. I don't know what to say. I'm not gonna like. I don't know what happened there, but I don't. I'm not even gonna say anything about it because like it feels like everything I was reading was like Scorpio like working through some validation via the demonstration. So again, like I kind of like it's like I like was when I see Scorpio energy like that, I'm like, go on with your bad self. But make sure you're doing it with the best of intentions. Okay, don't no salt in the wound energy is all I have to say for Scorpios right now. And you know what I'm talking about. Okay? Like you absolutely know what I'm talking about. All right? In terms of the fire sign energy, um, you know, we gotta work through it because um and again it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different right now for the fire signs, and it has to do with the realm of feelings. Okay? And it's like and it does feel like I think it's interesting because I feel like for a lot of the fire signs right now it's having to put some claws on things, right? But like putting claws on things in the best way possible. Now the thing about it is with Aries, what I'm really seeing there is Aries. um I feel like Aries is like pushing something away from them, is what I'm getting, like the space by which you say like finish the work, right? Not something coming towards the self half finished, right? So there's like it's interesting because it feels like something being pushed forward back towards someone, but in the best way possible, right? It's giving a little bit of like this finish your plate kind of energy. Like, you know what I mean? And like but here's the thing about it. Aries only do that like, and you know this, Aries, you only do that if you know it's because it's nourishing, right? Like that's the thing with Aries energy. Like Aries often pushes something back in front of someone because they know deep down it's the best thing for someone. So I feel like that like make sure make sure you're explaining your reason, right? Make sure that you're leading with logic. No, like don't tough love it. Okay? Don't tough love it. Because like none of this, don't you dare get into this like you'll thank me when you're later energy. Because that's like you'll thank me when you're later is the song of I never forgave you for that. Okay? That's all I'm gonna tell you. Like, explain. Explain. All right. Um Sagittarians, the thing about this energy right now for Sag is it's probably feeling like, and I need to like every Sagittarian, I mean this with all the love of my heart, you've got to chill out right now. Because what you don't realize that's happening is you're going through a full moon hangover, right? That full moon energy, you probably felt like you probably felt like you could do anything. Okay? For Sagittarian placements, that full moon was like, and I even remember when I said, if you were listening, if you've been following my readings, I said to everybody, make sure that you're not biting off more than you can chew. Okay? Because the thing about that energy, right? It's like like Sagittarius with Gemini can feel like a rush. You can feel like a buzz. So the ability for Sagittarians to potentially recognize that they're coming out of that full moon energy, so there's already a little bit of exhaustion to work through. It's going to pass, right? Just make sure that you're not, I keep wondering, make sure that you're doing things that feel like repast, not indulging in any feelings of woe. Okay? Because the woe energy you're feeling right now is the come down of coming out of a Sagittarian full moon. So you don't want to amplify, right? You don't want to amplify the somber feelings right now. You want to make sure you're doing things that help you keep your spirits up, right? And you might need a little extra energetic support right now as we're moving through this energy. Leo, the reason I waited for Leo, how you doing? Okay. How you doing? The reason, like the thing about it, like, and I need to point this out. Um, the like Leos will drop off standards and leave. Like that's the thing with Leo. Like if Leo doesn't feel like a standard is upheld, the last sound you will hear is a Leo dropping off a standard, right? Like that's the thing with Leos. Like Leos, and I feel like what's hard about that is like is the space or place by which it's like often, and this is like, and I think that this is what's potentially like this type of energy right now for Leos. I wouldn't be surprised if Leo is like like it's giving me a little bit of who raised you energy, right? And here's, and like that's why, like, and it's interesting too because I feel like with Leo it's like who raised you, because it's certainly not going to be me, right? Because it's the observation of the fact that Leos don't raise people, they raise standards, right? And the space by which Leos raise standards is often looking at someone and saying, I can't believe, like, are you kidding? Like, you know what I mean? Like it's a little bit of that energy, and like you'll sometimes see this, like you'll see this with a Leo, right? When Leos like when Leos see that, you know, it creates like it's like like there it is. Like there's Leo being like, oh, I guess I've got another project to do. You know what I mean? Like I guess I got another project. Like that's the thing about it, right? Like and I think like for a lot of Leos right now, and you see like even what's going on with my voice right now, like Leos don't want to roar, but they can if they have to, right? And so I feel like there's a certain extent right now where like Leos are like clearing their throats. You know what I mean? Like Leos are clearing their throats, being like, you know, no, I'm just warming, like just warming up. Yeah, I might need to roar soon. I might need to roar soon. I got to make sure that the pipes are clear. So there's something about that, because you have to understand when it comes to Leos don't want to roar, right? Leos can like Leos often roar when they're showing someone the door, right? Like, So I feel like just make sure, like I'm going to say this to Leos, make sure you clear your throat before you roar. You know what I'm talking about, right? You've given them fair warning. Like Leo's being like, I gave them fair. Like that's the best I can say about it right now. I mean, that's where we find all of the energy prior to beginning of today's daily collective reads. If you want to see those full astrological readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos and over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them over as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is happening on Thursday, June 18th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll do my best to give you an update before we get started, like as we continue in those classes, but it's a great time to join if you want to take some time to take a few of those classes. It's a good time now. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes is make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader, as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on navigating this full moon that we currently experienced. Um, Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. Or as also for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages, which is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase the dream series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal now, as we will be meeting weekly or bi-weekly with that journal to utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everybody just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. And you can book private reads on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. For those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitle you to the same benefits that I've articulated for those who are subscribers. You'll also be entitled to a free card each day as a paid member. All right. And just bear with me as I'm reading over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. How you doing today, MK? Hi there, Louise. Welcome from Russia. I'm not sending anyone to your house, Yummers. Make sure that you're in a safe space. How you doing today, Kim? Grand Rising, Jay. I need to point out, Helly, if there's something here that's triggering you, these are messages of positivity. So that the fact that you're articulating that you're feeling projected by them, I think that might identify an area that you might need to do a bit of exploration with internally. Okay. Just bear with me a moment. How are you doing today, Yaz? Good to see you. I've got you on the list today. You're the first person you'll be reading for. And good to see you. How you doing today, Bridget? Never this early, I think. Never been this early. Well done, Yaz. I'm proud of you. Absolutely. I know she is on early. She did it. Recontextualizing the past is so absolutely accurate right now. Thank you for confirming, Yaz. You know, I have to point out, if you don't connect to it, it's because you don't feel it. And I have to point out, the universe is very generous. So if you're moving through the space of doubt, then the universe is giving you doubt to see. So you might need to find another location to be, because if you're in the space by which you're perceiving this as doubt, you have to understand the universe loves you. The universe wants to give you things to make you feel good about yourself. So you're probably going to see a lot of things that make you feel reinforced in that doubt here. So I wish you well in that reality you're creating for yourself. Okay. Grand Rising, how you doing today, Nicole? Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, and Cancer feels like a big spotlight on love, longing, nostalgia, and romance. Exactly. You totally nailed it, Yaz. It's recontextualized romance, right? It's like new romance. Yeah, romanticization in particular. Mm-hmm. The Strength show, cue the Nine of Wands just falling off my deck. Oh my gosh, absolutely. Mm-hmm. It does feel somber. It's like nobody knows, shrugs, oh well. Yeah, that's what we can expect, like a little bit of that with Mars moving through Taurus. All right. Hi, Dwayne. How you doing today? I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. You'll be the fourth person read for. We've got 3 individuals who have priority today who are on the list. So anyone who gets on the list right now will be the fourth person read for, but the first person that we read after the collective is held. I don't drink soda after hours. It's not good for you. Should drink water. Libras, as I mentioned, Libras right now, it feels like an awakening moment, right? It's learning something that one hasn't known before. But again, I want to point out, Libras live for awakening moments. Like the things that sometimes devastate others to see, Libras welcome it because it allows them the ability to balance things with more alacrity. So I feel like there's something important about that, right? Like it's like an expansion moment, but like aha in the best way possible. Hi, Ivana. Good to see you today. And Enchanted, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Grand Rising, Minnie. Thank you, Nicole. Good to see you as well, dear. Leo, Virgo, Taurus. This energy is going to be good for you right now. I think, Nicole, right? It's like those 3. Like I feel like the hardest thing about that is working through a little bit the energy that we're seeing that's happening right now for Taurus. You've been coughing all morning. Thank you for confirming. For no reason at all. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was beautiful. Oh, that's amazing. Minnie, that sounds awesome. Absolutely. I'm certainly not raising anyone. I love that, Nicole. Hi there, Minnie. Good to see you. I've got you on the list. I really like the daily astrology tarot and then the daily collective. It's like the all the best jam packed. Oh, thank you, Adina. Guys, make sure to give Adina some love. Had an absolutely beautiful podcast with Adina a while back. You can find it on Adina's site. You can also find it on my stack. I can't believe I love Avatar. I love it. It made me so happy to see. It made me so happy to see. It was I adored it. Thank you for sending it. I appreciate you. Don't be afraid of my Scorpio stellium. I have a Libra and Sag stellium. Here's I love a Scorpio stellium because the Scorpio stellium says like as long as you're like as long as you're not like awful, you have nothing to worry about. You know? You know? Yeah, Sarah, thank you for the follow. Like Scorpio stellium will be like, allow me to explain why they had it coming. You know what I mean? Like, Scorpio stellium is like, I prepared a statement on why they had that coming. Right? Like it's like that's all I hear when I hear Scorpio stellium being like, I prepared a statement. I prepared a statement. Absolutely. Yeah, there's at least three or four of us. No, we got three people at priority today. Sun in Leo, three top planets in Leo, and Moon in Virgo, and also Virgo. Yeah, Venus in Virgo. Yeah, it's like if you got those placements right now, like I would not be surprised if there's the shape of energy disappointing you, but it frames the nature of your life going forward. Right. And especially, I'm going to tell you with energy like that, someone trying to come towards you with an apology after something blows over and you being like, you should have been here. Like you should have been there before it blew over. Right. Where were you when the great inhale was happening? Right. Like where were you? Where were you? Where were you during that great, like, where were you when I needed oxygen kind of thing? Right. Absolutely. Grand Rising, Denise. Absolutely. I just rose to the occasion. Yeah, it's like not my fault. Absolutely. Scorpio stellium. I hear the song They Had It Coming. Oh, okay. Yeah. Like again, like that's the thing with Scorpio stellium. Like a Scorpio stellium, and again, I want to point out to a certain extent, a Scorpio stellium is gonna feel a lot like having a Leo sun, which is being like someone being like, what did you do? Like when somebody hears that somebody like did something, being like, well, what did like walk me through what happened before that, right? Like making sure that you see the full picture, like not just starting something, not just starting something at the moment, but being like, walk, like give me the bigger picture. Sending you so much support on that journey, Nicole. Oh, DJ, I gotta say the way that you begin, the words that you speak in the morning frame the rest of your day. So I feel sad that you just welcomed ugliness into your experience today. I also feel like it's very sad that you believe that others are here to appeal to you. What gives you any indication that anything you see here is meant for your appeal? I hope you find the day you seek, but I wish you support because you kind of set the template for what you can potentially expect moving forward today. I hope you heal. How are you doing today, Deanna? Hope you're having a lovely day. Excellent. So we are going to get started on personal readings. We have three people who have priority today. So the first person we're reading for today is going to be Yaz. Yaz. Oh, Yaz, Yaz, Yaz. This reading, it's been like it's been coming in, right? You've had a moment. We're gonna get into it. Excellent. And thank you, JH, for those stars. I appreciate you. Yep, it's good. It feels right. It feels right. It feels like a right. It feels like a good time for us to be having your reading right now. And Mighty, thank you for reposting. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day as well. Thank you for the compliment on my tats, Mister. All right. And so can you let me know if we are doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? I got to get your book out. I got new books, by the way. And we also had somebody complete one of their books. Bridget completed their book. Bridget, happy book day. Happy book day to Bridget. All right, where's your book? Let me just get it out before we get started here. Okay. I know what color your book is. Where is it? I completed my book. I'm an overachiever. Yep. Thank you. I got you here. Intimacy work. Working on intimacy. All right. That makes a lot of sense. All right. Excellent. Okay, before we get started, and Yaz, if you could let me know for, I think you already, did you send me info on this read? There was a lot coming through. I gotta confirm. Yeah. I'm gonna read to you what the downloads were. All right, before we get continued right now, we are gonna warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're gonna count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. We'll be doing that again after the next reading. Okay. And well, there is yellow. Like, it's interesting. It's interesting that you point out yellow because we do have yellow flowers in this, Nicole. How you doing today, Pedro? And for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, we have three individuals who have priority today who will be reading for it before we start the daily collective. But if you want to get to on the list to be read for when we after the daily collective, the list is open. You will be the first person read for once we complete. Okay. Yes. Excellent. I know. It's lovely. Thank you, Mighty. Question on DM and Disco. Yep. So just a reminder, friends, if you are a super fan or a paid member, you have access to the Disco. So if you ever have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Is this inside tea or outside? Yeah, I already, yep. Yep. Oh my, there's a lot here. Is this inside tea or outside tea? I don't mind either way. All right, let me eyeball it because it feels a little bit like inside outside. Yeah. And so I want you guys to remember it was interesting because at the time that Yaz was first signed up for the reading, there were a lot of messages coming through that I took note of. So okay, so this is a hard choice to make because since I first paid for the reading last week, so many new messages or downloads have been coming through. From love to career to new path to inner child healing to destiny, the list goes on. So I'm trying to dial down to one subject was kind of hard, but I decided to focus on one dream from the night of the Sagittarian full moon. I woke up remembering around 12 dreams that night. And while it's not unusual for me to recall multiple dreams, my previous record was 9. Remembering 12 felt notable, and the fact that this particular sequence stayed with me more than the others feels significant. Also, I think I might have 3 extra cards. One for getting on the list the day before. I'll get to that. I'm not sure. Let me know if this still applies. Okay, absolutely. Okay. The dream. All right, we're doing so this is we're doing it. We're doing a dream reading. So you know what that means, friends. We gotta pull out the dream coconut. All right. Ooh, that was a nice one. Okay, dreamy dream. I'm lying in bed, reading lines of a book written in Italian or German, I believe. I can't read Italian or German, so I don't understand the words, but I keep reading and following the sentences from left to right because it supposedly helps me fall asleep in the dream. Then a man that feels like a protective father figure speaks to me as I'm drifting to sleep and says something really sweet. He then kisses me on the forehead where my crown chakra is, like 6 times. And I feel full body chills. I feel like my whole body just vibrates. I want to feel safer with this energy. So I ask myself, which father figure energy reminds me of my own parent, but also feels safe? So I think about Aragorn from Lord of the Rings, but the man is already gone. The head kisses felt comforting and reassuring, yet so intense, I felt like crying. I start feeling scared for a second from the intensity. I felt so I visualized water dissolving, a scary image, something that I do again later in the dream. I'm back in a black void and decide to imagine a soothing image instead. I end up at a cemetery. For some reason, I'm not surprised because I think to myself, I always end up at the cemetery when I want to feel soothingness. I don't feel this way in real life. I'm walking down the street and nothing but a towel wrapped around my body. I know where I'm going, but I still feel lost. I arrive at a funeral. I'm walking past guests coming out of a church and people carrying a casket. I'm heading straight to the bathroom by walking the side path where a door is open. And people notice me with weird looks, but I don't care. I go straight to the bathroom and lock myself there. Big, familiar bathroom with lots of mirrors, and everything is light pink. um, a little girl is joining me, or she was already there. We decide to sing together karaoke. But when I give her my small mic connected to the machine, I realize we can't sing at the same time because there isn't a second opening to plug my mic in. So although we wanted to sing together, I guess we'll have to sing one by one. As we're singing, we're also drowning out the noise of the people outside the door asking what we're doing and why we're in here and I'm assuming and wondering about the little girl's safety with a stranger wearing a beach towel. Either way, the little girl is there for me and reassures me even when I seem to be pushing her away, feeling defensive, protective, and kind of secretive and closed off. She is patient and stays with me, validates me, and relates to me. I can't help but think to myself, I love her. Upon rising up and writing my dreams, a word kept coming through: Edelweiss. Interestingly, Edelweiss is a song from the movie The Sound of Music. The song is sung by Captain George Von Trapp to his kids in the movie. I was coincidentally singing on repeat another song, the Do Re Mi song from that movie, before this dream began, all another song from the same movie. Feel free to expand on any messages you feel are relevant upon pulling my cards. And I know you've already started channeling a message from Divine Counterpart after the full moon night, so I don't mind for the reading to take the direction that feels most natural. Excellent. And let me see. Yep. Okay. So we've got a bunch of cards coming through for this read. Let's get started. Mm-hmm. It's gonna be 6 cards in it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. 10 of Pentacles in its reversal. Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. King of Cups in its upright. Not surprised to see that there. Knight of Swords in its upright. Wheel of Fortune in its upright. And the Empress in its reversal. So I would be very curious I would be very curious about where your Sagittarian placements are, because it feels to me like we're seeing a lot of signs that a block has been removed. And, indications that we see that a block has been removed is often it's like one of the major ones we're identifying is, and I need to point this, I just need to bring you up to speed with something. You know, here here's the thing. Here's the thing with having gifts that absolutely delights me. Because the funniest way, the way I often, and this is often the way that I'm able to attenuate and help others recognize their gifts. And this is why we say we help others recognize their gifts. Because what's hilarious about I love helping others recognize their gifts. Because I'm like, do you realize what you just said? What the heck did you just say to me? Okay. And what you said so casually, what you said in a way that is as easy as breathing indicates the fact that you have a gift. Okay. What are you talking about? What are you talking about when you say to me that it's not unusual for you to recall multiple dreams and that your previous record is 9? What did you just say to us? Okay. What did you just say to us? Okay. I hate to bring you up to, and this is what I mean about recognizing your gifts. This is what I mean. Like, this is a recognizing a gift moment. I have to tell you, that's not, nobody does that but you. Okay. Nobody does, okay. What you just said, what you just said, that is a gift. What do you mean? What do you mean you've got Cascade Dream Recall? You've got Cascade Dream Recall, and I need to point out, I want you to go back, and I need to stress this. The funny thing about it, and you guys, I have it written down. You guys were here when it happened. Remember? I wrote it in her book. Download Sunday, May 31st. Sometime, like someone, like it feels like an overload moment at 11:45 a.m., right? And what happened at that moment that I articulated that? My cup fell over, right? I was literally about to grab the cards for you and you weren't here, and everything went what, like where'd all this stuff come from? Right. And I even said, I'm like, this is a massive download moment. Like I said, Yaz is going through a massive download moment somewhere and you weren't here. So let that serve as confirmation, because the download is the arrival of understanding. That is a gift. Okay. I've never heard anyone. You are the first person I've ever heard that can do that. Like it's normal. Okay, it's normal for an individual to have a particular, like, one dream, right? One dream unlocked, right? And sometimes there are some dreams that get unlocked, right? And we'll often have those moments. It can feel a little disorienting where you don't recall a dream, right? And then pop, like there it goes. Oh, there it comes back up. Oh, I just remembered the dream in full detail. So the fact that you're having situations or circumstances where when you're arriving to the memory recall of multiple dreams at once, um though that is literally like that's a massive, that's the quality of understanding. Like that is a very unique, that's a very unique gift to have. And when I say unique gift, um we have to kind of delve into it more, because it leads me, like, the question I need to have to you, you know what my next logical question is. If you don't remember them when you're asleep, why do you think, what is giving you, why are you so convinced they're dreams? If you're not receiving them, when you're asleep, why are you convinced that they're dreams that you're energetically recalling? because it feels like that feels very akashic. I just want to bring it. I just want to bring it to your attention that it feels very akashic, and I need to clarify. I'm like, I need to know what these are, because that could be something very different that's energetically occurring there, that you're articulating as dreams, but are more working into the context of you energetically receiving something. So it's interesting because you're clearly like there's clearly something there. And and I want to point out, there is, like, now with that in mind, okay, with that in mind, I want to bring you back in with all of that, preparing you. I want to bring you back into the dream that we're talking about, okay? Because you have to understand, I believe what we're seeing here is the dream that you're recalling is effectively a guide opening your third eye, okay? Because what did you identify? You identified the fact that you said that you had a dream. And I need to point this out again. You can't read in dreams. You can't read in dreams. So when we see an individual reading in dreams, something interesting is happening there. So it's the quality and understanding that not only did we see that you were reading, but you were reading. And I like the fact that you identified that you said it was Italian or German, right? So there's something about the observation of you basically being able to discover the fact that you can read a language that you didn't know that you could read before, right? And you're not exactly sure which one it is, right? This is potentially giving us indications of past life here, okay? So there's that. Boom. We'll hold that one because there's a lot of things coming through on this. You said you didn't understand the words, but you kept reading and following the sentences because it helps you fall asleep in the dream. That makes sense, right? Because left to right is REM sequence, right? So the idea of being like going back and forth to go to sleep, right? It does make the understanding that could be the fact that some, like, there's a lot to unpack there, basically. But um, the fact by which you saw, like, you moved into, basically you were intentionally, right? You were giving yourself a mnemonic device in the dream space to move into, right? And this is what's wild about that dream. You were giving yourself a mnemonic device in the dream space to move you into a deeper state of rest, right? And the fact that you were doing that while you were already asleep, right? So you basically are literally telling me that you were having a dream, and in the dream, you were trying to go into a deeper dream state, and you figured out a way. You're telling me you figured out a way in the dream space to go into a deeper space of dream, which says to me that there's something potentially happening there in the fact that you're lucid dreaming, right? Because lucid dreaming is like, there's a quality of lucid dream to that, because you're unconscious and you're moving yourself into a deeper unconscious state. And where do you find in the second depth of the unconscious, you found a guide there. And a guide, and I will point out, it may potentially be connected to a divine counterpart, but you identified the fact that you said that you were drifting off to sleep, and they said something very sweet. And you said they kissed your forehead where your crown is, but this is your third eye. Okay? And so the space by which they kissed it 6 times, what I'm basically seeing is it almost feels like a reward from a guide being like, good job, you did it. You did it. Like, you successfully moved yourself into a deeper state of consciousness, and you found me, which is why they were kissing your forehead that many times, because six is a number of harmony. Okay? So 6 is a number of energetic harmony. So that the fact that they kissed your forehead 6 times it is working into the fact that you're coming into harmony with yourself, or they're willing to show themselves to you. And you said you felt full body chills, like your whole body was vibrating. Well, yeah, of course, because you just went into a higher harmonic, right? And then you said you felt safer with that energy. So and this is where it's interesting, because this is where what you wrote is very telling, because you said you asked what the energy, and I want to point out, like, do you want to see something? You want to know how I can see that this is one of your guides? You said you wrote, I want to feel safer with this energy, so I ask myself, right? Right? You said, I want to feel safer with this energy. So I ask myself, but clearly you are asking them. So the observation of understanding that you're in your alignment with your guide, right? What does this energy make me feel like, right? So this is you trying to find the approximation of what you can bring out of that state to be able to find it in the tangible space. And you said you were reminded of this figure from these books, right? And um, you said as soon as you thought about that, the individual was gone. But the reason that the individual was gone was because, right, you started to come back out of it, because you weren't harmonizing with it. You were thinking, right? You were thinking about something else. You started moving back into tangible reality, because you were looking for a tangible equivalent, right? So you moved into harmonic, and then you moved back out again. But you recognize that that's totally okay, because even though they were gone, you still knew that they were there, because you could still feel their energy. Um, Now, it's interesting too, because, hold on a minute. You said you started feeling scared for a second from the intensity. So you started to visualize water dissolving a scary image, which is, again, really beautiful, because we see the fact that this is you kind of working through any feelings of anxiety, right? And again, it's very interesting about the fact, like, a lot of the things that you're identifying that you're doing in this dream space are very lucid, right? Like the observation of you putting invested intention in changing your own energetic frequency in the dream space is very unique, right? Because it gives us strong indications of the fact that you recognized in some way, shape, form, or fashion that you were dreaming. And you said you're back in a black void and decide to imagine a soothing image instead. So again, you're lucid dreaming again, because to be asleep and to be imagining is you actively, lucidly dreaming, because what you're effectively doing is you're changing the nature of the dream space, right? So we identify the fact that you said, then you ended up at a cemetery, and you said for some reason you're not surprised, because you think to yourself, you always end up in the cemetery when you want to feel soothingness. You're remembering, right? You're recalling the fact. Now, and this is what's interesting about it. I can't tell if you're recalling the fact that you used to lucid dream in a past life all the time, right? Or if this is something that's happening in the present environment, right? So then you said, because the fact that you said you're not surprised is because it's familiar territory. You recall the locationality in the dream space, which means you've been there before. Which is like, again, if we were doing invested dream work, I would be like, I got a lot of questions for you. I got a lot of questions for you. You got to do a lot of. You're just giving more questions that need to be answered, right? So then you said you're wrapped in a towel, right? But the space by which you're energetically wrapped in a towel, the towel that you're wrapped in is the guide energy, right? The towel that you're wrapped in is the feeling of energetic comfort, right? Because you also said that you had just doused yourself with water, right? So these are all the same energy, right? So the guide's still with you. It's a little funny. The guide's still with you, but they're in the form of a well, we'll get into that later. So much going on. I'm just getting indications on who this guide can be. Um, so then you said you said you're walking down the street in nothing but a towel wrapped around your body, but you know where you're going, but you still feel lost. You said you arrive at a funeral, and you said you're walking past guests coming out of a church, and people are carrying a casket. And what's interesting about that is, and again, there's a lot of questions. Like this is one of these dreams that we would have to spend like a long time if we were doing dream interpretation trying to unpack it, which is the observation of me having to say, right? You potentially looking towards, right? The observation of energy. Like there we see, like, what do we see that's happening? This feels like this is energy, like this is energy mourning something, right? But instead of you going into the space of joining the mourners, we see you doing a lot of intimacy work, right? Now, there's something very interesting about that because it's the observation. Um, one of the things that we're observing here has to do with, and I want to point this out, the observation of you recognizing that this is a place by which you've been before is almost you energetically disbelieving in the illusion of the energetic dream space, right? Because what do we see that you're doing? Like you're in a moment where everybody else, right? Everybody else is going through a moment of deep mourning, but we see you moving into the space of working on deeper intimacy. So we see that that's the modality or the experience by which you identified that you said others were looking at you strangely, but you didn't care. And you went into the bathroom and you locked yourself in there. Now, I want to point this out. I feel like there's something very important to be navigated as it relates to a relationship to your own spirituality, right? Because I wouldn't be surprised right now if you're going through a period by which you feel deeply connected to something akin, right? Something that you're recontextualizing, right? The experience of having a religious experience, which is not the modality by which you feel like you're energetically mourning someone, right? But in the space by which you're finding the energetic child to have joy with, right? So it's interesting because there you see, right? This could feel like a lot of the opposition that you're potentially working through because it's working through the energy that's in a state of mourning. And where are you going? You're going in there to rejoice, right? Like they're leaving in a state of mourning and you're going into the same space to energetically rejoice. And what do you find? What do you find in the sacred space, right? While everybody's mourning something that's not, like someone that's not there, we see you rejoicing with the child that you find, right? The child that you find in that space of deep privacy, right? And what do you find in the terms of that? You find a little girl there, right? In a bathroom filled with mirrors, and there's a little girl there, and they're waiting, right? They're waiting to rejoice with you. So this is you potentially. I wouldn't be surprised right now if you're having argumentation with those who potentially hold the same beliefs as you, as the difference as to what you're supposed to do with the quality of belief. If you're supposed to feel badly about it, if it's supposed to put you in a low vibration of feeling mourning, or if you're supposed to be in a state of rejoicing, because it's a space by which you feel the renewal of the inner child that is perpetually healing. And what do we see that you're finding your younger self there, right? You're finding the divine guide that's the younger self. And what is the divine self asking you to do? They're asking you to do what you do in a sacred place, which is you sing, right? Will you sing with me? Right? That is the divine energy finding you in a sacred space, in a point of deep intimacy, and asking you, will you sing with me? And it was beautiful because you identified the fact that you said you were worried, right? There were all those people there. Why are they warning someone that's not there instead of rejoicing in rejoicing in the song, right? Rejoicing in the song of the little child that's in that space of deep intimacy. And what did it make you feel? You said you were feeling defensive. You were feeling protective. There was only one mic, but that's okay. You can share, right? So you're finding generosity there, right? You're returning back to yourself and you're energetically rejoicing because you're finding your connection to the divine and the higher self. And what does the higher self want to do with you? They want to sing. And what's happening in the context of you singing with the higher self? You hear all this banging, right? You hear all this banging from the mourners, right? The mourners that are saying you're not supposed to do this here. This is a sad place. This is a sad place. This is a sad place. This is where we come to be sad. This is where we come to be sad. Why are you doing? You can't sing in the place that we come to be sad, right? So that's what we see that you're effectively navigating. So that is the modality by which you're working through, because all of it is connected, because it's working into the space by which you're finding, right? You're finding that deeper level of energetic connection, right? You're finding that beautiful song, and this brings us to that movie, right? And what is the movie called? Right? What is the movie called? Right? The Sound of Music. So it's the connection point too, right? And you just said, I'm looking for a protective energy, right? And what do we see in the context? This is bringing you back to the 2 points of the reading, and it's connecting. The 2 points of the reading being you are looking for that energetic feeling, right? And here's the harmonization point by which you identify the individual that you speak to in that reading. What do you see? You see the protective quality, right? You see the protective quality of an individual who's protecting. And I want to point out the space by which their first priority, no matter what is occurring, is protecting the children, right? The modality by which, like, that is the force of love, right? The protection by which we bring forth in order to care about each other. And so the fact by which you, and I want to point out, like, the modality by which you saw or identified that song that was connected to the identification of the masculine energy, right? Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what you feel most aligned to. And what do we see you doing in that space? You said that you are coincidentally singing along the feminine energy, right? You are singing the feminine harmonization point. So this is you potentially, and this is what's beautiful about our guides. You met, right? You met your guide in the dream space, trying to identify what it would feel like when you come into connection with divine counterpart, and they opened your third eye. And in the space by which they opened their third eye, right, they gave you these mnemonic devices to help you identify the feeling, those individuals that inspired the same feeling with you, right? That's a guide saying, this is what it's going to feel like. This is how this person is going to feel to you. They're going to be, right? And the major word is, what is the first word that you're going to connect to your divine counterpart, right? A sacred protector. A sacred protector. Aragorn, Captain George Von Trapp, that's sacred protector energy, right? What does Aragorn do? He's looking out for a bunch of little guys. Aragorn, what does Aragorn do? He's looking out for a bunch of little hobbits. These guys can't leave these guys alone. I got to take care of them, right? What do we see? What do we see that George Von Trapp does? I got to take these. What would they do without me? Right? That is the energy by which an individual says, like, I am here for them. And I would also point out, count how many people, count how many people that energy protects, right? Because within the six, the protector becomes the divinity point, right? You've got the six energies it protects, and then you've got the seventh, and then you've got divine alignment, right? Because six is the harmonic number, but seven is divine. And the seven comes through in the energy that takes responsibility. Thank you so much for having, in terms of bottom of the deck on this, the hard part about that is I feel like you're letting go of a lot of past trauma, potentially related to spiritual journeys, right? Like you're not like somebody articulating to you that in order to be on a spiritual journey, you have to be perpetually sad all the time, which is why you saw that funeral there, as you were feeling like you were going against the flow, trying to find joy there. But again, it seems to me like, again, it seems like your dream self's already found a way to kind of purge yourself of that as you're working through it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Absolutely. Excellent. And Erin, thank you so much for the follow, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful day. And thank you so much, Tonga Roma, for the follow. I'm going to have my books on y'all within my book. I love that. Absolutely. You're so welcome. No, thank you for your patience. Yes, I can see why we had to wait to do it. Yeah, it was like that. We needed some time to unpack that one. No, you have nothing to apologize in relationality to the length. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the coconut was singing today. One moment, please. Okay. Yeah. I think the movie now, then when the kids, yeah, but that there's a scene of that as well, right? There's a scene in that movie as well related to that. Mm-hmm. I'm cracking up. That's so sweet. Yeah, it's a beautiful dream. Thank you for allowing me to read on it. And Janine, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I did say it. That's why I wrote it down. Like I have to write this down because it's going to become relevant. Yeah, I do remember you saying that. I definitely never heard of 12. That's wild. Yeah, you see everybody's confirming that that's not something everyone can do. That's not something. Oh man, absolutely. You're so welcome, Yaz. Wow, my eyes just widened because that makes sense. Ivana's from the Astro and has supernatural sensibilities. I love the way you phrase that, Nicole. I'm writing this all down. I'm gonna have books on all y'all's within my book. Yes. Well, Yaz and I were exchanging reads. My third eye was throbbing only when I read for her. Okay, thank you for confirming, Ivana. And she felt the same. So I love this. So we've got confirmation from another reader who read for Yaz and was also feeling the third eye opening. That's beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate that, Ivana. Mm-hmm. Yeah, scrying is basically when you do divination over the surface of water or another object. Yeah, that makes sense because I went back to do this. I went to the same cemetery and street in other dreams. Okay, so that's us getting some dream landscaping. Like we're plotting your dream map there. So we know that that's familiar territory. And like again, this is one of the things I like to do when I'm working with a client. Like if we're doing dream work, then we start trying to map the dream space. Yeah, the towel was the guide energy. I'm gonna cry. Yeah, I gotta like like here's the thing about it. I'll tell you right now, we got a lot of hints as to who that guide is. Right? There's a lot of there's a lot of hints. I love guides because they're never like, I'll leave you to figure it out. Leave you to figure it out. Mhm. Now I'm laughing. Yeah, absolutely. My guide is with me. It's out for I can't believe I didn't realize this earlier. This was all lucid. No, it's all lucid dreaming. You're literally just you're relating to me a lucid dream experience. Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely something to hand. There's definitely something to hand movement and writing with chat. Oh yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing about it. Like what's wild to me is that you've somehow figured out in the dream space how to move yourself into a deeper space of consciousness. Yeah, that's wild. Erin, thank you for the follow. Yeah, the duality is daunting now. While morning, I'm rejoicing with the child, but that's potentially, that's talking about a little bit of the shadow work you may be feeling right now in the present, right? Like the guides are just giving you a better, like that's shadow work you've already done. The guides are showing it to you so that you can recontextualize it. I stumbled on a study a while back in it and reference to activating parts of the brain. Oh, really? Go ahead and post it in the disco if you can find it, Avatar. He was my back, all right. Yeah. Sending you support on that journey, Phoenix. Thank you for also connecting to these messages and thank you for those gifts. It's so amazing. I've only ever experienced it twice and I'm hoping to experience it again. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Oh, you mean the yeah, absolutely. Yeah, taking care of a bunch of little guys. Taking care of a bunch of little, that's that is the connection point. Oh my god, I know who that guide is. Okay. Absolutely. The reading was definitely worth the wait. Absolutely. Okay, my goodness. And this is beyond beautiful. Probably the most beautiful reading I've ever got. I'm so glad to hear that. And thank you so much for your patience and allowing me to read for the dream. I do my best, dear. You're so welcome. Try to tap to clap. Thank you. I appreciate that, Nicole. I know. I want to be able to remember 9 dreams at once. That sounds awesome. Like, that sounds awesome. I had so many dreams last night, but could I not hold on to them when I woke? Yeah, I mean, it's hard, right? Like it's sometimes like I often notice that it's easier like depending on your placements. Um, it depends on dream recall is something that we can work on getting stronger at. Yeah, I want to sign up to do dream work with you. I mean, anytime you want to, it's available. Absolutely. Hi there, Corbin. I mean, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. You'll be the third person read for, and you'll be the first one read for after the Daily Collective. Aragorn is also a figure I envision when doing inner child hypnotherapy to work to heal the inner child. So it makes a lot of sense because that's what we see that you're energetically connecting to. Lucas, thank you for those gifts. Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. Readers supporting readers. I love Sin when she gets, I want to get downloads and confirmation. I know I've got no poker face. That's what happens. Leo readers have no poker face. They're like, it's fine. Oh, you're so welcome. Hold on a minute, just reading over. Yep. Oh, thank you so much for receiving these messages, Robert. And how are you doing today? Welcome as well to those who are joining us. So, as we said, we're going to continue right now. We're going to continue on. We're going to continue right now on the reads. The next person we have on the list today is going to be Nicole. Nicole, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you would like to get, if you had like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? How you doing today, dear? And as I mentioned, if anybody else wants to get on the list today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the first person read for once we finish the Daily Collective. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love reading, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, and symbol decoding. Doesn't matter what kind of read, we both know the message is coming through regardless. I got you, dear. All right. I appreciate that. Before we continue with Nicole's read, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the otter. We'll do that again. We'll do this again at the next reading. All right. Okay. Hi there. I'm doing well today, Guy. Oh, yeah. This was interesting. This wasn't a dream walking dream. This was someone doing a lot of lucid in their dream space. Oh, interesting, chaotic. The goals. Do you mean goals in the dream space or goals in the reading? All right. Can I please get? And I'm going to pin up Nicole here, guys. Make sure to give Nicole. That's a water bunny. I've never heard that before, Nicole. That's very funny. All right. I'm going to pin up Nicole here, guys. Make sure to give Nicole some love. All right. Can I get, yeah, can I get, and thank you for being the first person on the list today, dear. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. Can I get five cards for Nicole? It's not a word. Okay. Hold on a minute. All right. Two more, please. Lord. This is so wild. Like, every time I read for this energy, I just get the creeps. Okay? Like, I just get the creeps. And so, like, and like, you know, and like, the thing about, like I can't, like it's creepy. It's creepy energy. And like, and again, like congratulations, like creepy energy removal is what I keep on getting, you know? I just keep on hearing, it's funny too, I just keep on hearing congratulations, creepy energy removal. And the thing about it is, like, you know, the thing about, and I want to describe the thing about creepy energy, and I need to be clear on this. The thing about creepy energy is that it is like just someone who doesn't just say what they want, right? Like when we want healthy things, we say them with our chest, right? We just that's it, right? Confidence. The reason we talk about the fact that confidence is appealing is because confidence is safe, right? Like confidence is safe because confidence is confidant, right? When somebody's confident with us, then we feel like we're in the presence of a confidant, right? When someone's confident with us, then it feels like we're in the presence of a confidant. And the thing is, you can't you can't be in you can't be in a confident relationship with a creep. And when I say, and I don't mean that, and you have to understand, I don't mean that in a derogatory way. When I say that, I don't mean it in a derogatory way. I mean, you can't be in confidant energy with a creep, which is saying the space by which another person's trying to do something without articulating to you what their intention is. And what happens is once you recognize that quality in another, it's there's no going back on it. You know, it's like it's you know, like because it's weird for someone to be weird about things that they don't need to be weird about, right? Like that's often what makes others feel disturbed. And so I literally see a situation, right? I see a situation where another person was like trying to, like, I keep on hearing the word arrangement, you know? And your guide says you're not a flower. Okay? The only things that get arrangements are flowers. Is what I keep on, arrangements. I just keep on hearing arrangements are for flowers. Arrangements are for flowers. Arrangements are for flowers. And if somebody tries to articulate a person is in an arrangement, it's deranged, right? It's deranged. It's absolutely deranged energy to try to arrange things, because when you're trying to arrange things, you objectify others, right? Like there it is. So I just keep on seeing, like it feels to me like I keep on getting, I feel like I see somebody, right? I literally see somebody that thought, like they really thought in their head, like I know this is going to sound wild to you, but they had some kind of belief, right? That you cared about them so much that you would do anything. You would take anything to keep some small portion of them in your life, right? Like somebody who moved away from you, not because they wanted to effectively not have you in their life, but to have you so desperate for them that you would accept less of them, right? Like someone who was trying to engender desperation in you by which you would energetically consent to any arrangement that they potentially brought forth to you. Like that is what I keep on reading in relationality to the creepy energy, right? Not somebody who wanted to end things with you, somebody who wanted to desperate you, right? It was somebody who was trying to desperate you. And so that's what I keep on seeing, because I feel like that is somebody who had no idea, right? I don't know who they thought they were energetically dealing with, but like I need to point this out. Like healthy energy, like that, it's like I keep on, like healthy energy, who like if you got any like I keep on, any self-respecting person can't be moved into a desperate arrangement, right? And the word I keep on hearing is self-respecting, right? Any self-respecting person can't be moved into a desperate arrangement. And so now I see somebody that something's not going the way that they expected it to, and now they're deranged, right? Like I just see them in like their full derangement to a certain extent. And I feel like, and again, you didn't create that in them. You didn't create that in them. I feel like you're dealing with the fallout, right? Like I feel like you're having to deal with the fallout of someone's deranged plan having gone, like you wondering, you're having to deal with the fallout of someone's deranged plan going horribly wrong. Your deranged plan. This is, I just keep on hearing, this is like, I just keep on hearing, this is you, like that's all this is. Like this is you having to deal with another, with like, I want you to understand, if it doesn't make sense, this is why. This is you having to deal with the derangement of like this is you dealing with the fallout of someone's deranged plan going horribly wrong. I don't know who this person's been hanging out with. I don't know what they've been watching. I don't know who they've been listening to. I feel like it has something to do with the friends they're keeping. It's creepy. It's like it's got creepy energy around it. Like it's not just them. It feels like a collective of creep. It feels like a collective of creepy energy. The creepy energy collective. The creepy energy collective. It's in cahoots. Let them be creep. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. Because like, and again, people would rather be like really, really weird than cool, is what I keep on getting. Because cool is confident. Cool is being able to do something and articulate it and do it energetically together and be happy, right? And so I feel like I keep on seeing, like I wouldn't be surprised, paying attention, like paying attention to the energy around somebody, because I just keep on seeing a lot of good energy moving away, like giving someone a wide berth is what I'm getting. Like there's a lot of this potentially happening there. And something I'm seeing about that, right? Like I feel like it's really interesting because like it says to me, like it feels to me Um, like I don't know why, but like I don't know why I keep on hearing someone say like survey says that was a lie is what I keep on getting. Like survey says that was a lie, and I keep on hearing desperate things. Um, like I don't know. It's interesting. I feel like this is going to come through. Um, like desperate things don't move through delights is what I keep on seeing. Like like I keep on hearing desperate and delighted, or somebody trying to like someone not recognizing that you can't claim desperation. I keep on hearing you can't claim desperation if you just caught a flight. Is what I actually keep on hearing. I don't know why I keep on hearing that, but I just keep on hearing someone say you can't claim desperation if you just caught a flight. You can't claim desperation if you just caught a flight, is all I keep on hearing from a guide. You can't claim desperation if you just caught a flight, which is saying like it's a like that's what I mean in terms of something like another person's trying to articulate that another person tries to identify as absolutely ridiculous. Um the energy that I'm seeing around something here, like the one thing I keep on identifying, and I think that this is really important, is like I keep on seeing someone be like, pay attention if someone rushes a last minute agreement towards you, right? Somebody who says, I desperately need to talk to you. No, you don't, right? Like I keep on hearing desperate is your watchword. Like somebody being like, I desperately need to talk to you. Like we need to talk right now. Like that sense, like that sense. I just keep on hearing like it says to me don't allow something like that. Don't allow something like that to come towards you. Like it's saying to me, like it's giving me a lot of like force field energy, right? And I keep on hearing it's interesting. I keep on hearing your guide say, remember, there's no rhyme or reason to you still being another person's emergency contact, right? There's no rhyme or reason for you to be another person, for you to be a person's emergency contact, which is to say if something is going desperately wrong in their life, you are not the person that should be getting that phone call, is all I keep on hearing. If something is going desperately wrong in their life, you are not the person who should be getting that phone call. Be very aware of that, is what I keep on seeing. Because it feels to me like, I don't know why, but I'm picking up something that feels very energetically performative. And I keep on getting, it's interesting because the reason I started laughing when I began this reading is because the words that were coming through, which aren't a word, was double condemnity. Okay. And when I say, and the thing about it, that's why I was like, that doesn't exist. Like I keep on hearing double condemnity. I have to point this out. Double condemnity is the space by which another, like the best way I can describe what the guide's showing me is when somebody like that when a guide gives another an opportunity to redeem themselves, but instead of grabbing wings, they pick up a shovel. Right? Like, it's like, I've got the guy going. There's nothing more upsetting than when you give someone the opportunity to redeem themselves, and instead of grabbing wings, they grab a shovel, which is saying to me like I see somebody like in some kind of state like that, and it's very funny. Like it's very funny that was how they just articulated to me. Instead of grabbing wings, they pick up a shovel. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having this reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-LIO, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the messages that came through as I was reading. Oop. And just a reminder, friends who are joining us over on the Clock app, we're at 7.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Absolutely. Ricky, if you want to get on the list for a dream interpretation, all you need to do is send the donation. I'll be happy to add you to the list. And you can post the information on the dream in the notes when you send the donation. Dang, I'm only halfway through my book. I'm slacking. You know, Bridget's been doing mentorship, so there's going to be more in her book. Okay. I don't know any other way. Because when I start doing mentorship, I start getting a lot of downloads, like between the time that, like in between, which is why I articulate a fact that I keep, like, I can't take a lot of mentees on at the same time. Yeah, that song. No, I can see that song. Yeah, I wish I could have thought of some things you say in certain moments. Yeah, who would want that? One to four to desperation. It looks super desperate on this end. I'm putting the record on now. I love that. The list is open, Stella, if you'd like to get on the list. Yeah, the derangement. Yeah, why would he seriously want that? It's odd. This read, though. Yes, thank you for confirmation as well, Trishina. That's wild. I didn't even think he had any friends. I tried everything to help. Sending you support on that journey, dear. Absolutely. Hi there, Sans. I'm happy to read for you. I'm happy to read for you on this. Do you have Sagittarian placements? This is a little bit of it's like coming out of this Sag full moon right now. For those with Sag placements, it can feel like a little bit of rough weather. But make sure that your spirit's first priority is to take care of our person. Make sure that you're focusing on self-care, and make sure that if you're feeling like that, I want you to reach out to someone in your immediate vicinity to make sure that you're in a safe space. Okay? Absolutely. I will ask that you not repeat the same message over and over again in the chat, though, Sans, because it will get you muted. Please, you can go to our code of conduct that's pinned to the top of the Clock app to be respectful of the chat space. You're so welcome. Are they in the cemetery by any chance with the shovel? I know it's like, it's a little bit of the energy we're seeing right now, right? Goals. Thank you, Chaotic, for being here and receiving these messages. I'm doing well today, Guy. That's wild. When you sleep, you're either dream walking or astral projecting. Are you doing it intentionally or is it just happening? You only astral projected once by accident. Yeah, you have to be really careful when you're doing astral work, right? It's not something to do. It's not something to do like indiscreetly. Hi there, Gary. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I appreciate the humor in the screen name. Astral projecting can be really fun if you tune into the right frequency. No, I mean, but you have, like, here's the thing about it. You have to be very careful and intentional when you're doing things of that nature. The funny thing about dream walking is most people I know who dream walk aren't doing it intentionally. It just energetically happens, especially if we have a connection with someone, you know, sending you support on your journey, Marine. Dream walking is really intense just because you immediately get confirmation usually if you're doing it. Thank you for the compliment, Em. I would actually argue, honestly, Gary, I would argue that astral is more dangerous than dream walking. But that's my, that's my take on it. I consider myself a mystic, Gary. Oh, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful journey to be on. Super Slav, you're setting, here's the thing about it. You're setting the intention for the rest of your day right now in trying to say hateful things. So I would kind of ask you to try to recenter your day and trying to create love, because what you put forth is what you potentially find, right? Like what you begin your day with is often what you return back to. Mm. Oh, that's very interesting, Gary. Absolutely. Happy Pride, Sugar Cute Candy. That's interesting. Absolutely. Well, thank you for being here and receiving these messages. We do a lot of readings here where others are able to connect to their guides in a better fashion. So, all right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we are reading for today is, hi there, Libra rising, Cancer sun, Aquarius moon. Yeah. Here's the thing about it with those placements right now. It's like it's a lot of deep, like it's a lot of deep soul journeying is the best way I can identify what we're seeing in the astrological read, Sans. So making sure, right? Like make sure that you're holding on to that better thought and moving towards love right now. Right? And if you're seeing something that's hard to see, let it fortify your direction. You have nothing. Again, like thank you. It's okay. I was letting you know because I didn't want to have to mute you. And thank you for respecting it. Sophia, blessings to you as well. All right, we're going to get started. The next person we're reading for today is Bianca. Bianca, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, we are reading here Life Path, Highest Priority Messages from Spirit, Angelic, Dream Interpretation, Past Life, Mediumship, Love Reading, Pet Readings, Animal Spirit Guide Readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, Love, Aura, and Signal Decoding. If you have information that you feel is relevant or necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. And if if you are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitle you to the benefits we've said for the pricing for subscribers, as well as a free one card each day. Hi there, good to see you today, Minnie. Excellent question in the disco. Outside tea. Love it. And before we continue right now with Minnie's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, and I'm going to pin up Minnie here. Guys, make sure to give Minnie some love. Outside tea. This year, my primary focus and energy have been completely dedicated to figuring out my career path. I'm navigating a massive transitional chapter where it feels as though I've been dropped off a cliff and I'm in a state of total free fall, unsure of where I'm headed, but actively trying to view this uncertainty as an open doorway to the highest possible outcome. I am realizing that my life is meant to look different than it does right now, and overall has been putting me in this somewhat depressed state. I know I'm being called to follow my bliss, and I'm feeling a pull towards two very distinct paths: dedicating my skill set to wildlife conservation or pivoting into aesthetics school. Am I on the right path in finding true alignment? What insight do the cards have for me regarding this intense focus on my career direction? Am I meant to be pursuing something else entirely, stay at my job longer, or pursue one of those paths? So, as you may know, we never look to the tarot to make the decisions for us. But that said, let's kind of deep dive into what to take into consideration as you're navigating or working towards this choice. We've already got one card out. It was bottom of the deck. Can I please get 3 more cards? Thank you. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, it's so funny because I started reading for you and I keep on hearing your sun and moon sign are having a fight. Like your sun and moon sign. I just keep on, I don't know what your sun and moon sign are, but I just keep on hearing your sun and moon sign are having a fight right now. It's like, and this is what I see. Like this is what I see as the sun sign, right? Like here's the sun sign and here's the moon sign, right? Which makes a lot of sense because the sun sign is like, like the temple of the self, right? And then the moon sign's like the temple is that way. It's out in the woods. It's like, um, but let's talk about it because it says to me like what you're trying to do right now, and I keep on. It's funny too because they're saying to me, look towards your rising. Look towards your rising. I don't know what that rising is, but we're going to talk about it. So the reason I feel like I'm seeing here somebody saying like look towards your rising is you have to understand there's purpose. There's purpose here. There's purpose here if you're looking for it. Right? And I feel like you identifying your purpose is going to help you steer. So what is the connection point? What is the connection point that we see between these two pathworks? It's honoring sacred spaces, right? It's honoring sacred spaces. The hard part about it is it's working into the context of the sacred space of the self, right? The honoring the sacred, beautifying the sacred space of the self, or maintaining the beauty of a sacred space, right? And I think it's really interesting too because these aren't necessarily oppositional directions if you're able to identify um, or work into the space by which you're taking some kind of natural approach to things. Now, the one thing I'm seeing here is I feel like there's something. It says to me that, and I'm just going to you've probably already thought about this right now, right? The major question I'm seeing right now that I think needs to frame, and it's interesting too because it's feeling to me like it's coming through one of your guides. How are you feeling about people right now? How are you feeling about people right now? Because what I basically see, like the one thing to take into consideration is if you're looking for an environment by which you, like I keep on getting, you're perpetually laying on hands, if you will. You're potentially energetically interacting with another. Then I keep on seeing, remember that is like that's a space by which you'll it's interesting because they keep on showing me, and I think it's connected to a past life, like the space by which you're constantly touching something, right? Like the space by which you recognize that work is going to be you kind of perpetually laying hands on another is what I keep on seeing, which I'm not saying as a positive or a negative, but it's interesting that a guide is kind of showing that, because they're almost trying to articulate to me that that's something that is very connected. It feels very connected to a past life, is what I keep on seeing, right? Something about you having a lot of that physicality in relationality to touching another, is what I keep on seeing. Um, and I keep on getting this too. I don't know why. I keep on getting potentially in particular people who are not inclined to be touched, which is interesting. Like that, because I've got a lot of this type of energy there. Um, the other thing I'm seeing is, mm, yeah. The other thing I'm seeing is the ability to protect spaces, right? Like I see that might be more energetically isolating. Okay, right? It's not so much like the desire to go away. It feels very much like that is something that allows you to move away from others. So it's interesting because like that to me is what you actually have to pay attention to as it relates to how you want, like where you envision your day to day to be. So I would definitely make sure that you're spending some time right now in meditation with higher self, which is to say, like just allowing for a visualization technique where you sit and you say, where do I see myself? Right? What is my higher self doing right now? And then literally just look around and see what they're doing. Right? Say, like, I'm going to my higher self in their highest state of bliss, and then see what they're doing there. Because I keep wondering something about whether they're engaging with someone, right? Whether they're tangibly touching, or whether there's distance, is going to effectively inform what that experience may be. There's also another point that they want to bring to attention to you. There are paths or directions that you can move towards by which you can help both environments, you can preserve both environments and people that reside there, right? This is not an impossibility point in terms of finding a third path. Because if the work is to effectively, if your desire is to protect a sacred space, and you're not sure if the sacred space that you want to protect is a person or a landscape, I've got some good news for you, right? Disenfranchised locations need, like, that's a sense of purpose, right? Because it's working towards, right? It's working towards the preservation of something, not just the landscape itself, but those who potentially inhabit or occupy it. So I want to bring that forth to you, because the guides are showing me that as a way to potentially resolve the conflict that you may be having in relationality to whether, like I keep on hearing, like whether the sacred space that you're working to beautify is a person or a location, right? There's definitely a pathwork there by which you can occupy both. Bottom of the deck on this reading. hmm it's interesting because I feel like there's definitely, like, it says to me, like, I see you. I keep on hearing like a cause, right? A good cause is worth defending, because I keep on hearing a good cause is worth defending, because a cause is identifying and saying, like, you can't touch that. It's sacred, right? Like often the modality by which we can be energetically invested in protecting something is met with our own experience. And like it's interesting because like I keep on hearing, have you considered the fact that you can energetically connect to something sacredly by saying don't touch it? Is what I keep on hearing. Right? Because that to me is effectively navigating that polar, like the polarization point in wanting to build, right? And wanting to build a deep connection with someone to fulfill that sun sign, but also arriving to a moon sign. I just keep on hearing there's something, there's a sacredness in saying you can't touch that, right? Because the ability by which like that's how you make contact, right? Like that, like I know it sounds odd, but that's how you make contact with something that's sacred. Because when something is truly sacred, right, we make contact with it by saying you can't touch it, right? Let it be, let it exist, let it flourish. And in the space by which, and I keep wondering, in the space by which we hold space for it, we're touching it, right? Like we have our hands around it, because that's the beauty. Like that's what we talk about. Like that's what it means to be in communion, right? Like to be in communion with something is to be able to say, no, you can't touch it. It's sacred. And in the work by which you identify that you can't touch it, you've got your hands all over it, right? Because it's you're creating the space by which it can flourish and thrive. So I feel like there's something really important about that message to help you as you're building into, as you're building into that, like working towards that purpose, or defining like what is important, and how, like what the shape of that might look like. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages. I'm going to write these cards down for you because they feel very significant. um yeah. Yeah, that star card in its upright with the moon in its reversal is wild. And then you had the 10 of coins. Yep. Thank you so much. And the five, the five of wands in its reversal. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the first person read for once we complete the daily collective, which is coming up next. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. I got you, Minnie. Libra. Yeah, that Libra would make sense with the owl energy between. Mm-hmm. 11:33. Tap to claim, Ella. Oh, Virgo Sun, Aries Moon. Yeah, there you go. Right there's Virgo Sun, Aries Moon. That makes so much sense. And it's so funny because this is how I was seeing them. They were pulling in different directions, right? But I will say, I have to point out, there is a harmonic accompaniment to these cards together, which is being able to, it's like it's working towards, like, right, as long as you're not touching the thing that you're trying to protect, you're able to fulfill both of them. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Like a Virgo Sun, Aries Moon is, you can't touch this. You can't touch this. I love that. Hold on, I have to write that down. Yeah. Virgo Sun, Aries Moon, can't touch this. All right. Thank you. That's wild. Absolutely. And thank you, Adam, for the follow. She wants to be where the whales are. I'm hearing that song from The Little Mermaid. That's so interesting. Yeah, you've been in hermit mode with others. Yeah, okay, so that's what I was getting. Yeah, that's a good point. So there's possibly a third path. This made me feel excited. Yeah, I related so much with what you wrote on the disco mini. I feel exactly like that too right now. Yeah, like protecting, yeah, protective land. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Minnie. Iconic song. Exactly. Yeah, Libra Sun, Libra rising. That'll do it. Lately, I haven't been wanting to be around others, so perhaps. Okay, so that's the one thing I keep on seeing that they wanted to call to your attention. It is no, it feels like it is connected to a past life calling. Hi there, Yaz. I was just rewatching my reading and I didn't fully understand what I said. What part do you need clarifying on? Meaning, I feel like I would have no issue telling someone they can't touch something sacred. Yeah, if you don't remember or in if you don't remember in that dream, oh, if you don't remember in the dream what makes you think it's a dream. Yeah, oh, I understand. I know what you're asking. I'll get to that in a moment. So what absolutely. Just bear with me a moment. Hi there from South Africa. Welcome, Sloan. Absolutely. Hold on. I will like and subscribe. Oh, I appreciate that. Oh, I really appreciate that, Gary. Thank you. Why do I think astral projecting is more dangerous than dream walking? Okay, so in my experience, the thing with astral projecting is you have to be intentional in terms of where you're trying to go. Astral projecting is not for sightseeing purposes because when one is astral projecting without a sense of intention, you can end up in dangerous spaces or places. And I've seen guides that have literally tried to protect others from their ability to astral for that reason, right? It's like astral is not for sightseeing purposes. Whereas dream walking, a lot of the ways, like when I see dream walking, I feel like the hard part with dream walking is often the space by which it can sometimes feel if you're not if like there are those who dream walk who don't realize they're dream walking, and it can be a little bit um it can be emotional, as it were, if you energetically dream walk to someone who, if you're finding someone in that space by which you like aren't in communication or something of that nature. It feels more, a dream walking I feel sometimes creates more emotions coming through, whereas astral, like, you have to be very careful and conscientious with the intention that you bring to it. How are you doing today, Salu? I've never been trapped while I was astral projecting, but I have been trapped while dream walking. Really? That's very fascinating. I would be very curious as to what happened in that dream. I also point out that I do dream interpretations. So that would be very curious to be able to unpack there. But thank you for letting me know about your experiences. Again, this is based on my experiences with it and the readings that I've done. Hi there, welcome from Canada. Oh, thank you. I've got a lot of different cards here, so I'm not sure which deck you're talking about. But absolutely. Okay, so again, we've got a rule. We've got a rule for non sequiturs. If you post non sequiturs here, you will be muted. Okay. Please make sure to look at the chat space again before you try to communicate. Go ahead over to our profile. There's a code of conduct for what's acceptable in the chat space. Yep. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Minnie. It is an iconic song. So what I was trying to articulate there, Yaz, is the fact that you're getting a bunch of information and you're saying, "Oh, these are dreams that you had." What gives you, if you're not arriving to them in sleep and you're not arriving to them when you wake up, what is why do you feel that they're dreams that you're recalling and not something else? Like what is the, like, do you recall dreaming them? Like, that's what I'm trying to understand. And if so, do you recall the night that you dreamt them? Because for me, if you say to me, okay, I remember this was the dream I had the other night, like if you can pinpoint the time that you are having the dream, then that would indicate to me a dream that you're recalling. Whereas if you're just getting a lot of dreams, but you can't ever recall when you actually had those dreams, those might not be dreams that you're experiencing, which is why I said it feels kind of akashic in here. Yeah. That provided a lot of clarity. I'm going to sit with the higher self a bit more. You're so welcome, Minnie. I'm so glad it helped. Agreed. Oh, thank you. So again, just confirmation on that as well, Gary. We have an individual over on the Clock app saying that they have an ex-father-in-law who had traumatic experiences related to astral projection unwillingly. Yeah, that's very intense. Yeah, I do not like astral projection. I end up in places not good. So there again, not another confirmation. I've got a lot of individuals in the Clock app who've had uncomfortable situations related to astral traveling. Just bear with me a moment. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a very beautiful read. Thank you for allowing me to read on it. Yeah, he didn't feel comfortable sharing more, but he seemed to have a really traumatized him. Thank you for sharing that experience, Yaz. It's you can do it safely, but you have to be very careful when you're doing it. Yeah, that's such an interesting question. I don't think I could say I recall when I dreamt them, cause I can. I didn't realize what it was until it started happening. Yeah, sometimes it takes some time to realize what's occurring. But the same thing with dream walking, right? You learned how to stop it. That's good. You only remembered once you rise without knowing exactly when it happened. So that's the thing. Like again, if we were unpacking those, then I would start looking at them to try to determine if what you're receiving are dreams or if they're downloads from the Akashic, right? Like that's what we would have to try to figure out with like you say to me you got 9 dreams coming through. I'm like like we need to figure out we need to make sure we're identifying that these are actually dreams that you had or if they're Akashic downloads. And Booja, thank you for the follow. Oh, yeah. I was just doing my usual dream walking routine and I slid into a dream and the person must have woken up or something because everything went black and I was trapped with what I felt like what felt like 1,000 years. Well, I will also point out one should not this is why one should not be dream walking without consent. If you're doing it intentionally, one shouldn't be dream walking without consent. Right? That's intense though. Thank you for sharing your experience. Um, I got you. Hi there, Ms. Bonga. Thank you for the follow. Is there something astrological that is affecting my dream space? Like bringing up the past. I mean, we could do a reading on it, Minnie, if you'd like to get on the list. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective. If anybody would like to get on the list to be read for once we complete the daily collective, the list is open. You'll be the first person we read for once we do so. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here, highest priority messages from Spirit Life Path, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, and dream and symbol decoding. If you've got information that you feel is relevant or necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Mighty, I've experienced this too, not 12, more like 4 or 5 in one night. Happened this past weekend. Well, okay, so the thing we're noting, so the difference that we're having here, there is the possibility of waking up with multiple dreams in a single night, right? But what it seems that we're identifying that Yaz was trying to indicate was the idea of having dreams that felt like they were unlocked in waking life, which is the modality by which one is recalling what she's describing as dreams in the proportion of about 9 or even 12. So what I'm trying to indicate to Yaz is that we have to figure out what's giving her why does she feel so confident that those are dreams that she's recalling if she can't pinpoint when she had them, because those might not necessarily be dreams. They might be something related to the Akashic that she's awakening to or remembering. Yeah. Yeah, you knew your dream 12 times. That's wild. Yeah, I had a conversation with my guides. I can message you with what I say before I go to sleep. Wow, that's fascinating. Yeah, I heard you say this repeatedly today, but it actually hit for me now. Okay, good. Okay, excellent. Excellent. I'm glad it finally is making sense. I'm glad it's making sense. I get very happy when others understand what I'm talking about. Sometimes it doesn't happen. All right. We're going to continue right now. So we are going to get started on the Daily Collective. If you want to get on the list is open. It's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the first person we read for once we begin the Daily Collective. All right. Oh, it hit you too. Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm glad. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad. Okay. Excellent. I was audibly like, oh, okay, good. Yeah, you see what you do? You see? Like, sometimes we have to, like, you have to, you get it. Okay. Before we get started on the Daily Collective, though, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from We're going to count back from 1 to from 10 we're going to count back from 1. It's going to be a very short count. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8. Hi, Nikki. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Behind. We'll do it again after the next reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Also, please remember we're doing 2 giveaways today. The first reading giveaway we're doing is when we get to 50K likes. I'm going to be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing right now is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. That said, also please remember if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you are added to the hold list in order to add you back as well. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Just bear with me a moment. Excellent. And thank you for sharing the live, Mighty. I appreciate you. Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026. We are going to be doing a harmonic energy update today. We are going to be starting with the first 5 cards in our 5-card spread. First 5 cards, we are still, oh, they're coming out fast today. That's okay. We've already got all 5 cards came out at once. So we're coming in hot. We're coming in hot right now. It's fine. We're going to go through it. I'm not surprised to see energy like this right now because if you recall, one of the things that we see that we're working through right now, particularly with this energy, is working through a little bit of this, like the best way I can describe it is it's a bit of this like off to the races energy to a certain extent. There's something very important that we're potentially seeing here in relationality to working through the context of identifying and recognizing what we're seeing. I do want to pause. I'm actually going to ask that we pause for a moment, friends, because, oh, excellent. Thank you guys. I'm going to be restarting because we had a little bit of an error, but welcome everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026. We are going to be starting our daily collective read, and I did have to restart the podcast, so you'll have to forgive me because the one thing that happened as soon as we started the read Not only did we have an error, I want to point this out. Not only did we have a technical error as soon as we started the live, but we also had all 5 cards drop out at once. And this is very unique. This has literally never happened before in the whole span of me reading. We've never had a situation where all 5 cards have dropped out at once. Like just and so I think that that's really important because we're going to kind of read into these together, and they are very intense cards, if you will. Um, we are going to be starting right now with working through the first 2 cards that we see in this reading. And so the first 2 cards that we potentially see that's happening right now in this reading are the Knight of Swords in its upright in combination with the 5 of Cups in its upright. So the one thing I want to point out about this, and I love this, there's something really important that we see here, and it feels very connected. It feels very connected to the concept of what it means to effectively protect an energetic spectrum. Okay. And I need to point this out. Like, you often hear that context. Like, what does it mean to protect a spectrum? So the observation of understanding and working to protect a spectrum is the state or nature. Like, there's nothing energetically higher than when we're working to energetically protect a spectrum, specifically and particularly because it's the understanding of the quality and condition by which one is able to energetically arrive towards things. And so, I think that this is really beautiful that we're starting our reading here. Because when we identify the work in energetically protecting a spectrum, then it's the understanding. And this is what's beautiful about it. Like, this is the work that we do to come into deeper alignment with ourselves, because it's literally the antithesis of righteousness. Okay. Because what is righteousness? Righteousness is working through the ability. It's like righteousness is the lowest manifestation goal, right? Righteousness is the ability of working towards the quality and experience of feeling right about things, right? And when one is working into, right, when one's only aspiration is feeling right about things, right? It often creates a closed-minded space because you can't see, right? You can't see the spectrum. And you have to understand that if we're in a loving universe, right? If we're in a universe that wants to effectively fulfill our requests, if we're in a universe that wants us to be in our highest self, then if you say to the universe, right, like the universe is like, what do you want? I want to be right all the time, right? You're going to have a very narrow experience. You're going to have a very narrow experience. You're going to have a welcome to a closed-minded experience, right? Because there you go. You're going to have a lot of work that's happening that reaffirms one's own closed-mindedness, right? But when one is working into, right, the identification point of being protective, right, being protective towards the spectrum is the modality by which one is effectively able to amplify and articulate the care by which you're trying to bring towards things. So we see that for a lot of the energy potentially working through this, particularly and especially via the pathwork of relationship, right? It's the understanding, it's the continuation of the relationship. And this is what's so beautiful for a lot of that energy that's potentially facilitating upon that work. It's the recognition or the understanding of what it means to build into the landscape of energetic possibility, right? It's the shape or intention by which we ourselves are able to articulate and amplify what has energetically meaning to us. And what's beautiful about that is I feel like this is a continuation. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Like these 2 cards, right? These 2 cards in the experience or the modality by which we're working through something here, what we really identify, it's the this is a continuation. This is Sagittarian energy, with Gemini, right? There's Sagittarian and Gemini, which is the space by which we understand the architecture of love, right? There's no greater love than honoring, than creating the space by which others can celebrate and honor one another's choices, right? So we see that for a lot of the energy, articulating and building into that, there's either energy in solitude, and we're speaking specifically in relationality to those strength relationships. And what are the strength relationships that we're effectively speaking to, right? We're speaking towards situations and circumstances that, and these are the relationships that effectively started at the time that we had that Taurus new moon, right, into the present, that are either working in honoring their transformation journey, right? Honoring the journey of transformation within, right? And finding that inner harmony that feels like the energetic beginning of things, or these are scenarios and relationships wherein, right, they're building into, right? They're building into new relationship, articulating upon articulating upon their own, like articulating upon their own preciousness, right? Like this is, and this is what I see is so important, right? It's like I feel like it's almost the energy that's meeting one another and saying like, pleased to meet you, I'm precious, right? And I want to point out that what is the difference, like what's the difference between precious and special? Okay, this is really important because righteous energy often likes to articulate that one is special, right? And here's the thing about it, right? Like special is unhealthy because special is often the space by which another person says the quality and condition, right? Requires like a unique approach, whereas precious, right, which is precious is protection, right? Precious is the ability of meeting someone, like it's the ability of meeting someone where they are, right? And honoring the journey of the self. And here's the thing about it, right? Giving each other our preciousness doesn't cost anything, right? Like that's what's so beautiful about it. When you truly think about it, giving each other our preciousness, it doesn't cost anything. The thing that often hurts, right? Precious never costs anything. Special is privilege, right? Special is the egoic journey, right? Special is the egoic journey that tries to articulate that one is better than another. But when you have to understand, right, the quality of preciousness is so, the reason that preciousness is so blessed is because preciousness speaks to, right? Preciousness speaks to the absolute incredible miracle that there has never been anyone like you before, and there will never be anyone like you since, right? And so that's what we effectively identify because when we stop, like when we let go of special, we find precious because it's the ability of understanding, right? That mindfulness, that ability to understand and recognize that valuation point. It's something, it's precious is generous, right? Precious is generous. My precious, it doesn't hurt your precious, right? There's a lot of precious to go around. There's a lot of precious to go around. Would you like some precious? There's more. No, here's the craziest thing about it. I give you precious. There's more precious. I don't know. It's a weirdest thing. It's the weirdest thing. As soon as I give precious, there's suddenly more precious, right? It's everywhere, and so it's beautiful because I feel like that I feel like that is a lot of work that we see energy navigating, right? I feel like that's a lot of work that is potentially being articulated, and the state and nature by which the energy is effectively trying to work through things, right? That observation, right? That effort working into, right? Working into that space, I feel like that is beautiful because it's talking about like the fortification point of a lot of these strength relationships, which is potentially they're leading, right? They're leading with what they identify, like they're leading with what they identify is energetically precious. Now this brings us to, right? This brings us to the relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now. And what are we seeing for some of those relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now? These were effectively, you'll recall, these were the world relationships. And the world relationships were coming together. They were coming together between the time, they were coming together between the time of the new moon in Taurus all the way back into the Capricorn new moon that we experienced in January. These relationships, what we're effectively identifying, and I want to describe this, it feels to me, um, it feels to me like there's a lot of work right now that I see that's happening there in identifying paths forward. Because the one thing that I keep on identifying in some of those relationships right now is, I just keep on seeing the energy kind of in like working through, like working through the observation that they need to throw all of their preconceptions out the window. Is what I keep on and I think it's interesting because I almost feel like I see the energy, like it's kind of energy. I see someone going like, "How's that relationship going?" And someone being like, "It's great, but I have to take all my preconceptions and just throw them out the window, right?" And the reason I see the energy kind of working through the preconceptions that are kind of being like heaved overboard, if you will, is because you have to understand like they're in the most healed relationship than they've ever experienced, right? They're in the most healed relationship than they've ever experienced. And that's why I keep on identifying that for a lot of that energy, like that observation of being like it's like I keep on hearing the surest foot, like it's the surest foot that also feels like the most unsteady, because it's like I feel like the energy is like this is unreal. Right? They're going like this is unreal. But the reason that they're saying it with a smile on their face, right? They're saying like this is unreal because it feels like they're walking into blessed foreign territory, because they're learning, like they're understanding and learning that any of the feelings of dread that they may have felt before, like the dread's being shed, right? Like the dread's being shed. It's just like, oh, look, like, and I feel like in a certain way, like that in itself is what is potentially so remarkable there. Now, moving into the relationships that are deep within divine union right now, and the thing I keep on identifying with some of those relationships deep within divine union right now, these are effectively those moon relationships. And you'll recall that the moon relationships were coming together between the time of that new moon in Capricorn that we experienced around January 18th, leading into Uranus going retrograde. That was happening in around September 6th. The thing with these relationships right now, and I got to point this out, it feels like hermit energy in the best way possible. And what do I mean about hermit energy in the best way possible? We've got here, like, because I'm looking at the strength, like I'm looking at the hermit card with the strength card, right? Like look at this energy. And the thing about it is like it feels like this is very unique. This is a very unique energetic signature, because it's the understand, like it's the work that we apply to things. It's the work that we apply to things to allow things to go smoothly, right? And the thing about it is, and I feel like there's, I don't know why. I don't know why I feel like there's something important there that I'm observing. Um, like the space by which the space by which we perceive things, right? Like the space by which we perceive things is often the identification point by which like, and I want to point this out, it identifies and recognizes the centering that we create. And like I like this because it talks to me about the beauty of being energetically appraised, right? And why do we identify being appraised? Because when we're energetically appraising, right? And here's the thing about it, appraising is better than praise, because when we're appraising, we articulate that we're looking out for each other, right? When we're energetically appraising things, it's the modality or the experience by which we articulate to another, right? Um, like what we energetically see or what we're trying to work on getting stronger at. And the thing about it, and you have to identify this, like this is what's so important, because you'll notice, right? And this is why we talk about the fact, and I feel like this is what's happening right now for energy deep within divine union. Like when we talk about um self-sabotage, self-sabotage is often found in the space by which we can't work through healthy, like, because here's, and like I want to just walk you through this because I feel like this is a conversation the energy deep within divine union is having, right? We can't say that we want perfect things and then be upset when energy tries to come towards us to help us perfect something. And I know that sounds really easy. Like, listen, I know that sounds really easy, right? I know that sounds like when it comes out of my mouth, I know that it sounds really easy in theory, but in practice, right? There's that ego, right? There's that ego. In practice, there's that ego that arrives, right? Which is like, like, and you'll see this. You'll see somebody that, like, you'll often see somebody deep within their ego that's like, why isn't this working? Why isn't this working? And someone being like, have you tried? Go away! Whoa, whoa, oh, I have identified the source of the problem, like, right? Like I have identified the source of the problem, right? Which is the space by which, right, when we want things to be perfect, we have to be able to listen, right? When we want something to be perfect, then we got to get good at listening, right? When we want something to be perfect, like it's not about getting frustrated. It's about working into the context of being able to hear, right? Like what feels like it's better versus what is something that we need to effectively like work through or release or adapt or change. So I feel like there's something very important there, because I feel like for a lot of the energy, facilitating or building into those experiences, right? Identifying what one is trying to do, but in a way that one is able to do it in a more effective fashion. I just keep on getting that for a lot of that energy, right? There's something right now that feels energetically empowering, but in the space by which, like, and I keep on hearing like the space by which it's energetically empowering, and this is bringing us to that reverse tower moment, right? Because the reverse tower moment that we're potentially seeing around a circumstance or situation is effectively, right? It's effectively the identification or the articulation, right? It's the identification or articulation of being able to bring possibility, right? It's the ability to bring possibility. Like in the space by which we're able to hear possibility, we can welcome new opportunity. So I feel like there's something very important there, because that, like, that's what we kind of see that's occurring, like in the space of a lot of this energy. Now let's continue right now. Clarification between the Knight of Swords and its upright with that 10 of Cups and its upright. One card to clarify, please. We've got the Sun card in its reversal. So moving back towards the energy that is in solitude right now, those strength relationships. There is something to be navigated right now. There's something to be navigated in the context of, the best way I can describe it is in the context of working through um, feelings of loneliness. And I keep on, the one thing I want to stress right now, I just want to give everyone a daily reminder. The only planet in Taurus right now is Mars. Okay? And the reason I want to point that out, like I really, really want to point this out, is Mars in Taurus can sometimes work through, it's working through hard feelings, right? Like there it is, Mars in Taurus, right? It's hard to work, it's hard to navigate hard feelings, right? But the thing you have to understand, right? And this is what's important about the journey of Mars through Taurus, is that hard feelings, right? When you understand that hard feelings are how we hurt ourselves, right? Hard feelings are how we hurt ourselves. Um, it allows one to be able to move, right? Moving hard feelings into important places is how we affect change, right? Like that's like what does one do with a hard feeling, right? Does one carry it within the self, right? And there you are, like you carry a hard feeling within the self, and it feels like an energetic burden, right? Or, right, the context by which you're able to take that hard feeling, right? You take that hard feeling and you place it somewhere important, right? You take that hard feeling and you place it somewhere important, and it changes everything, right? It changes everything. And the reason it changes everything is because it's the observation of being able to articulate upon it, right? It's the way by which we're able to convey how something makes us feel, or the way that we're energetically feeling. So I feel like there's something very important about that, because I would not be surprised if there isn't a situation by which some of this energy is dealing with the sudden emergence, right? The sudden emergence of a hard feeling. Like, welcome to Mars and Taurus, the sudden emergence of a hard feeling. Bloop. There's that hard feeling, blupping back up again. But what happens, right? Like, and this is what oh, there's that hard feeling again, right? Like the observation of it is immediately the space by which it gets work to resolve, you know? So I think that that's really important, because um and it talks to us, and I like this too, because like, and this is what I keep on seeing for the world relationships. 10 of cups with hermit energy. One card to clarify. Knight of Wands in its reversal. And here's the thing, I like a Knight of Wands. I like a Knight of Wands in its reversal here. I like a Knight of Wands in its reversal here. Because a Knight of Wands in its reversal, between a 10 of Cups in its upright and a Hermit card in its reversal, I feel like I feel like there's something very important about that, as it relates. And this is the thing about it. I got to point this out. And this is why hard feelings are silly, because when you are defying, when you are defying expectations, be prepared to observe others' hard feelings, like as it relates to their limited perception of the self, right? Like that, that's the message, right? Like, and I know it shouldn't be like that. It should not be like that, right? But you have to understand the quality and characteristic by which when someone isn't in an unhealthy space, right? The problem with being on an egoic journey is, and someone in an egoic journey is always looking sideways, right? Someone in an egoic journey will literally have will never be looking forward. They're always looking this way, right? They're pinning their direction on what they see around the self. So the modality by which an individual, there's somebody deep on their egoic journey with like no sense of purpose beyond making sure that they're ahead of what, who knows, right? Because this is the hard part with going, like, egoic journey is herd energy. And the reason an egoic journey is herd energy is because all you say is, I need to get ahead. But nobody asks where you're going, right? I need to get ahead. I need to be number one. I need to get ahead. Where are you going? I don't know, but they're ahead of me. I need to be ahead. But where are you going? I don't know, but I need to be ahead. I need to be the person in the front, right? It's it's stampede. It's stampede energy, right? It's the modality or the experience by which you'll see somebody, like you will literally see somebody deep within your egoic journey, right? And what will somebody deep in their egoic journey say? I need to be the best. The best of what? The best. That person's better than me. I need to be the best at what? What direction? Where are you going? I don't know, but I need to be in the head. I need to be in the front of it. Wherever we're going, I don't care. And it's that observation, right? There it is, right? The observation of never questioning the direction, but just feeling the need to be at the front of whatever direction it leads to, right? That is the sound of someone so deep in the ego, right? That's why we have situations by which understanding that as you're defying another person's expectations, be ready for hard feelings, because hard-headed energy, right? The energy that does not put any valuation on anything, instead of being the first at things that they don't even know why, right? They don't even know why. They don't even know for what reason, right? They just want to be ahead. Ahead is not a manifestation goal. But for somebody deep within the divine union, like deep within the egoic journey, right? The observation of the energy that just says ahead, but never goes where, just ahead. But what's ahead? Doesn't matter. I just need to be in the front of it. That is literally, the work by which you see, right? If energy takes it personally as you're doing something incredible, then that speaks more, right? That speaks more towards another's lack of vision, right? That speaks more towards another's lack of vision than it has to do with the personal journey of the self, right? And this is a continuation to what we see with a lot of the energy in solitude, saying what's beautiful, special. There's only a little special, but there's enough precious for everybody, right? Very little special, enough precious for everybody. Continuing to get clarification for those moon relationships, clarification between that Hermit card and the Strength card in its upright. We got the two of Pentacles in its upright. And what I'm seeing with the thing I'm seeing with the Two of Pentacles is, and I want to point, I love this because I just need to stress this. What's happening right now for these moon relationships is absolutely remarkable. Because what I know this is going to sound wild, but what are the moon relationships doing right now? They're working on, they're building healthy orbits, right? They're building healthy orbits. And I want to point this out. This is why for a lot of these relationships right now, like This is why this feels so beautiful and important, because everything I keep on seeing here in relationality to the energy building healthy orbit is, and like I like the, and this is what I like. So when you think about, I just want to explain to you what's been happening with a lot of these moon relationships in the past. I think I told you when we were reading into it, these relationships, these counterparts had decided that they weren't cut out for partnership, right? Because they kept on going through, like they kept on going through this experience by which, and the best way I can describe it, right? Um, Energy that did not have the same gravitas, because it's a space by which another person kept on articulating that the same thing that drew another person to them was what they defined was the thing that was creating, like preventing the relationship from being, right? The like this energy getting exhausted of relationships by which another person would articulate like how much they were impressed by another, but then tried to articulate that the same thing that was impressing them in like from a distance was what was wrecking the relationship in proximity, right? This is why I see that a lot of that energy had to build into hyper independence. But now what we effectively see is they finally found a relationship, right? They finally found a relationship where the energetic stabilization point is reciprocated, right? It doesn't require, right? It doesn't require there doesn't require that stabilization point perpetually, but the ability by which the energy itself just feels like that these are relationships that are feeling this sense of deep security. And it's that security, right? It's that security in the partnership that allows for so much of the strength within it, because I just keep on seeing, like, it's interesting because it's like the orbit that becomes boxing gloves. But the reason I keep on seeing that the energy feels like it's the orbit that becomes boxing gloves is because it's the energy that doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like the presence is damaging the partnership so much as it's strengthening it, right? And so I feel like there's something about that in relationality to identifying and feeling a lot of that stabilization. Continuing to get clarification between the Strength card in its upright and the Tower card in its reversal. This is moving us back into those energies that are in solitude right now. Mhm. We've got, we've got here the Four of Wands in its upright. And I like, and you know, like, here's the thing about it. When we say looking for love in all the wrong places, we're talking about the first place you need to look for love is the self, right? Because, and I mean this, like, I mean this deeply. If you hate yourself, then that hate, you bring that hate with you into every relationship that you find, right? Like, you have to, like, when we talk about, like, you gotta be kind, because when you, like, the observation of understanding that, um when we understand the shape of trauma, right? What is the song? What is the song that trauma loves to sing? Right? You deserve this, right? Like, that's the song that trauma only has one song that it loves to sing, which is saying you deserve this, right? It's the work that trauma does to convince another that what they're receiving, like what they're receiving is what they energetically deserve to receive, right? And when we understand, right, when we understand the quality and condition by which we're navigating ourselves preciously, then we understand that that is often the shape and nature by which everything changes, right? Because it's the understanding, right? And I know that's going to sound wild. Like, this, you can talk to others who are in healthy relationship, and you'll see this. They'll be like, you know, what changed? And often someone will say, like, they're not just blowing smoke, they're saying, I changed, right? Because once you know, right, once you recognize and understand your worth, right? Once you understand and recognize your value, right? It doesn't it doesn't create the space. Like, it doesn't create the space by which one sits and effectively, like, works through something, but one is constantly, right? Like, one is constantly working towards doing everything the best way possible, right? And the thing about it is, and this is what we get, like, best is blessed. And the reason that we identify best is blessed is because, you know what isn't, what isn't in the word best? An I, right? It's not, best is not about the self. It's about being able to understand the quality and condition by which one is trying to do something in the best way possible. And often, like, and so I feel like that's really important, because I feel like for a lot of the energy, right? For a lot of the energy in solitude, working into, right? Becoming the best self possible, right? Like, that's the energy going, I'm looking for a relationship. Are they looking around for other people? No, they're looking to become the best version of themselves possible, because we understand, right? When we're working on becoming the best person possible, we can't miss anything that's for us, right? And so it's the context by which we understand, right? We understand that relationality, like the space by which, the space by which we, like the space by which we find others, right? You find like living your best life, like living your best life is the best way to find counterpart, because they'll be on that path too, right? They'll, how can they miss you, right? If you're looking for your best partner, if you're looking for your best counter, like if you're looking for the energy that connects to your heart space, you have to be living your best blessed life, right? Because as you're living your best blessed life, it will take you, right? It will take you in the direction of the energy that's moving in accordance to it. You can't miss what's for you, right? Solitude, right? And someone being like, what are you doing? And being like, I'm looking for counterpart. And being like, I don't see you looking for anyone. And being like, I am looking for someone. How are you looking for them? I'm living my best blessed life. I'm living my best blessed life. Because in the modality, the minute you say I'm living my best blessed life, how can I miss them? Right? If they're my best blessed counterpart and I'm living my blessed best life, how can I possibly miss them? How can I possibly miss them? How can I possibly miss them? Like, they're not, it's not going to require you to go off. It's not going to require you to go off the map to find them. Okay. It's not a retrieval. It's not a retrieval situation. It's a path for a reason, right? There you are. I'm looking for my best blessed counterpart. What am I doing to do it? I'm living my best blessed life. Well, I don't see you looking for anybody. I don't need to look for anybody. If I'm living my best blessed life, I'm gonna, like, that's the map. That is the map. It's a map. It's a compass. It's a compass, right? So I feel like a lot of the energy doing that work, it's working into that, right? And it's finding that internal harmony. And I literally, I feel like I see other energy, right? I almost feel like I see some of that energy in solitude, right? And being like, oh, you look different. And then being like, yeah, I started looking, like, I started looking for happy. You know, I started looking for happy. So continuing to get clarification and moving back into the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now. And this is clarification. These are those world relationships, and this is clarification between the Sun card in its reversal, and then I know it's happening here. Oh my God, the Knight of Wands in its reversal. Oh my gosh, really, every time. Seven of Swords in its upright. Seven of Swords in its upright. I know I feel frustrated even articulating this, but I feel like for some of this energy, some of these world relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now, I just keep on hearing someone say, how can you come to me at a time like this? Right? And here's the thing about it. The difference, right? The difference between energy working, the difference between energy working consistently, I just keep on seeing the shape and nature, or the quality of change that we bring to um, circumstances or experiences is often the message I keep on seeing is it often speaks towards the understanding or the definition by which we ourselves are working towards, like the space by which we're working towards, um, the space by which we're working towards others, like limited expectations of us. And so I feel like I see something there. Like I feel like I see something there that I just keep on hearing. Like it's giving me a lot of like forwards, not backwards, right? Because, and I keep on getting, the reason I keep on getting forwards, not backwards, is because when we're building into, like when we're building into conversation, right? And you'll often see this. The work that we do, like the work we do in healthy relationship, is understand that we're creating patiently, right? And you'll often see this, right? Because the space by which one navigates an energetic demand is often, and like it's hard because I feel like this is what's happening with these world relationships. When another person is doing everything possible, right, and thinking about everyone at every moment, and that's what I see with some of these world relationships. I literally see that these are the relationships of all the moving parts, right? Like these are the relationships that are working into all of the moving parts, which is the understanding that when you're working into moving parts, you have to be confident, right? You have to be secure in understanding what it means to move collectively, which is not working into the demands of the self, right? It's patient energy. So I feel like there's something really important there that I see is energetically occurring. And something I see that's occurring, that's happening there. Um, it feels very similar. It feels very similar to like I feel like I love it because I read for these world card, like I read for these world relationships, and I feel like these relationships understand, they know what it means when you're trying to do something amazing, you got to check your ego at the door, right? And why do you say when you're doing something amazing you got to check your ego at the door? Because it's the observation or the understanding that when you're working towards things, that the song that you can't say me, you got to say us, is what I keep on getting. And the reason I keep on seeing that is because something in relationality to that, like I feel like that's a type of energy that when they start feeling a tug of war, they just let go, right? Like that's what I keep on getting. Like it feels to me, it's like the energy, like when they feel like that, when they feel like they're in the middle of a tug of war, they're like, right? They just release, is what I keep on seeing, because it should never, if it, I keep on hearing them say a healthy relationship never feels like a tug of war. It feels like an embrace. Continuing to get clarification between the Knight of Wands in its reversal and the Two of Pentacles in its upright. Yeah, we've got the seven, we've got double sevens here. So this is really important. We've got double sevens here in relationality to that Seven of Wands and its upright. So the Seven of Wands that I'm seeing there is speaking towards, like the Seven of Wands I'm seeing there is speaking towards, and this is those moon relationships. It's understand, like I feel like there's something incredible there because, you know, I keep on hearing this, right? And I want to tell you, I literally hear this. I'm hearing something like this in some of those moon relationships, which is like, I feel like these are relationships that are healing from experiences by which another person was like experiences by which another person was patiently building something special for another, right? Like an experience by which another person like was working into the space of another, and another person's demand on not being taken into consideration that energetically breaks something is what I keep on seeing. Because, you know, like I feel like there's something important there about some kind of deep healing moment. Because like the thing I keep on getting is like I feel like what's happening for a lot of these moon relationships is recognizing that they're in a relationship unlike any that they've had before, which is having to let go, right? Having to let go of the anxiety of an energy. Like I keep on saying, somewhat letting go of the anxiety of another, like articulating, like I just keep on hearing they're letting go of the what about me energy, right? Because, and this is often like, and I feel like this is what's painful for some of those moon relationships, because for some of those moon relationships, um, I told you these are quiet partnerships. These are relationships by which they're often, right? I feel like this is energy that's often, um, like it feels like it's interesting because the world relationships feel very collective, and the moon relationships feel very, they feel very discreet. And the thing about discreet, and I want to describe like the thing about discreet that you have to understand is, um, discreet is working into being able to find something that's just right for another, right? And the thing is, like when you're working to find something that's just right for another, you need to have time, right? You need to be energetically patient as you're refining. So I feel like, I literally, like I almost feel like I see some kind of healing that's happening there, where energy is almost telling each other the story about how they were working, like how they were working so deeply and discreetly for another, right, in the past, and how another like tore something energetically asunder because they like it says to me like they couldn't even recognize, right, they couldn't recognize the force of care by which they were working to effectively apply some kind of effort to something. So I feel like it's really important because I love this for this energy, because it says to me that they're finally in a relationship where they know, like they know with certainty that they have each other's back, right? Like they don't need to continue, like you know what I mean? They don't need to continually affirm each other. They just know it to be true. Continuing to get clarification between the Two of Pentacles in its upright and the Four of Wands in its upright. Can I get one card for the energy that is in solitude? I love it. We got that six energy here. I love this. This combination here, man. If you go look at today's spread, Two of Pentacles with a Strength card and a Four of Wands and the Six of Cups. This talks to us about what, like, and this is what I keep on seeing with these strength relationships, right? And I feel like there's something about these strength relationships that, like, and I want to describe this. There's a little bit of this strength relationship that I feel like it's like, I don't feel like going into detail on why you have to be a good person. I'll just recognize or identify if you are. Is what I keep on seeing. There's something about that. There's something about that that feels very important there, right? because it's understanding, right? And here's the thing about it, right? It's understanding. Like I feel like there's something about those strength relationships that is learned, that if you have to explain to someone why something they're doing is wrong, you're already in the wrong room, right? Like I just keep on hearing like this is like the healing factor in some of these relationships. And I feel like they're already healing. They're already healing from a relationship where they felt like they had to sit there and walk someone through, like walking someone through why something they were doing was not okay. And I just keep on seeing the energy having this like groundbreaking moment of saying, if if you have to walk someone through why to have a standard, you're already in the wrong room. Right? You're like because like the standards are not there. We hold standards for each other, but in the space by which we feel like we have to explain a standard. And here's what I keep on seeing: the difference between someone not understanding versus refusing to listen is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that is what's potentially happening in those relationships, right? The vital difference between helping someone get an understanding of a nuance versus feeling like one has to defend why something is energetically important, right? Completely different conversations, right? Now, continuing to get clarification between the seven of swords in its upright and the seven of wands in its upright. These are those world relationships right now. Yeah, justice in its reversal. It's giving, like, here's the thing with here's the thing with these world relationships. Like these world relationships, if somebody tries to say something negative about that person, I see them being like, you stop talking just this minute. And I literally see energy being like, wow, like your ignorance is showing, is what I keep, like, it's literally like, I literally see someone being like, how, like, your ignorance is showing. Do you go around with your ignorance showing like that? Like there's something really important I see there, because I got to tell you, like, and here's the thing about it, right? Um, like there, I keep on hearing like these world relationships, integrity intact. There's something about that. Like seven of swords with seven of wands is integrity intact. And I don't know why I just keep on hearing integrity intact, which is often the space by which you'll see, like, it's saying to me, like, integrity intact is the space by which another person like works through something. And there you see, like, there you'll see somebody doing everything possible. And then when somebody's got integrity, right? What is the sound that you'll usually hear with someone with integrity, right? Like around them, me, right? Which is like somebody being like me, and being like, why do you have some, what, like, is your problem with something related to integrity have to do with the fact that they weren't giving you enough attention? Like, because that's what I keep on, like, this is what I'm getting with these world relationships, right? I see these world relationships doing everything they can. Like I literally see the energy doing everything they can across many different spectrums, right? So there, I literally see this energy like holding up, like doing a lot of this work. And then I see energy around them, right? And what is the unhappy energy singing? The unhappy energy around the energy holding up everything is going me, like me, right? And the reason they're going me is because that's what another person is saying, can you please clarify why you have a problem with that person? Because if you can't articulate it, then I keep on hearing, if it's a gripe, right, is the gripe due to the fact, right, is the gripe an attention issue, right, which is the space by which another person with intention isn't giving you enough attention. So I feel like it's interesting because I feel like I see some energy, I feel like I see some of that world energy spiky, right? But I feel like the spike is like, it's saying to me, like, the spike is there for a reason, because it's spiky, because it's articulating, it's like clarifying to someone and being like, can you please state the intention of the gripe? Right? Can you please put the gripe into words? And if someone goes, I can't, being like, it's an attention issue, isn't it? It's an attention issue, isn't it? It's an attention issue, isn't it? All right, continuing to get clarification, moving into those moon relationships. Clarification between that seven. I like the Seven of Wands and the Six of Cups. This is really romantic. Yeah, Queen of Cups in its reversal, right? I feel like what's hard about it is for a lot of these moon relationships, there's a lot of deep heal. There's a lot of deep healing that needs to occur right now. And I want to point out, like, for a lot of these moon relationships, um, like I want to like these are the energies in the moon relationship right now. You know, and it feels very heavy because it works through others' misperceptions of us, right? And I keep on hearing, like, the conversation I hear in some of those moon relationships is the painful moment in a past relationship where you realize another person is more addicted to the dream of the self than the reality of being, right? I feel like this is a lot of energy that has been hurt, right? Like, literally situations by which another person aspired to be within, like, in like in another's experience, and then another person that tries to say, right, like, you're not the person I thought you were, and another person being like, that person doesn't exist. That's the person that you created in your head before you came to know me, right? And those moments sometimes feel all the more devastating because it realizes that another person would rather have the dream of us than the truth of us. And here's the thing about it, like, this is why we say, like, some energy prefers to be in a delusional space, right? Because being in a delusional space is another person who, like, again, and this is often what happens, right? Somebody being energetically obsessed with another, right, is the modality by which they articulate the longing for an energy. But then when they come into contact with it, they articulate the fact that they desire the energy to change into the fantasy that they had prior to coming to know the energy. And then when they move away again, they move back into the fantasy space and they go back into the space of longing for what they imagine the energy to be like. So I feel like for a lot of the energy working through that painful situation, right? It's like, I almost feel like it's the energy saying they can't navigate, they can't navigate the aura, right? They can't navigate through, right? They're more like, so, like, I feel like that's some kind of energy that's working through the space by which another person articulates and saying, I think that they're more in love with the aura than the person, right? Because it's the modality or the experience by which another person feels that weight, where you say, like, it's really painful when you feel the weight of another person who gravitates towards our aura but doesn't love or appreciate the person they find resting within it. So we see that for a lot of the energy working through that, it's painful, right? It's painful because it feels very like it feels very solemn in there. But the space by which they're finally in a relationship where they can communicate that, I feel like this is what's helping them to heal, because they're articulating upon they're I feel like they're articulating upon experiences by which they feel that their own aura hurt them. But understanding, and this is how they're healing with one another, understanding that energy that would rather have the fantasy of who a person is versus the reality is, and so in fantasy, let them in fantasy, let them slumber, right? Like, in fantasy, let them slumber, because it's like it's the observation of them, right? Like, it's them kind of allowing the delusion to effectively, like, feed into things, because it's safe, right? It's safe to love a fantasy, right? It's safe to love a fantasy because a fantasy can't hurt you, because you're energetically navigating it. So I feel like that's it's very complicated, because I feel like that's the nature of something that's being healed there. Um, Final card for today's read. And I feel like this is happening across all of the frequencies. Clarification between this Justice card in its reversal and the Queen of Cups in its reversal. Yeah, we've got the Eight of Pentacles in its reversal. And I got to point out, there's a lot of eights. There's a lot of eights in this read right now. There's a lot of sevens. And so I feel like I feel like there's something very energetically important there. Like there's something very energetically important um, as it relates to um, putting our force of intention towards things is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something interesting with this read right now, like or with this energy that, and I keep on seeing the state or nature of energetically assuming things, right? Because I just keep on hearing when we assume, like when we assume things, we're only like we don't allow ourselves to see the full breadth of possibility. Like you have to understand, I keep on hearing assumptions are based upon what we've experienced, right? And when we build into assumptions, right, we can't see the full possibility of things. So I feel like there's something about this that almost like articulates upon the idea of like allowing, allow assumptions should fortify, right? But not limit. Like assumptions should fortify but not limit, which is allowing assumption to make something surer, but not allowing the assumption to make one presumptuous as to what is possible. Bottom of the deck, yeah, Lover's card in its reversal. And the thing with like, you know, the thing I'm seeing right now with the Lover's card in its reversal, and I just want to kind of identify this. Um, it works into entitlement. And I'm just going to say this again. The sound of entitlement is understanding. And here's the thing, love creates a healthy shield. And when we understand that if we haven't experienced something, it doesn't mean that it hasn't existed. Like if you haven't experienced something, I want to say, wow, who was loving you through that you didn't see? Right? There's a different sound, right? Like there's the conversation, right? Somebody experiencing something and being like, somebody talking about their experience. And another person going, yeah, I don't believe that because I never experienced that. And then another person going, who was loving you through that invisibly that you couldn't see, right? Because the understanding that if another person articulates that they've been through something, right? We don't need to experience things to have empathy about the fact that they're energetically occurring. There it is. But there you will see the most entitled energy in all experience that has been shielded their entire life by energy that has worked to energetically shield them silently, right? And then what is the entitled energy that has been shielded at all cost to the fact that they can't even see the work of the energy shielding them? Say, oh, I never experienced that, so it must not be real. You must be making it up. Failing to recognize that like in that moment, everything that has possibly worked to protect another from anything unhealthy, they've just negated. It's like they've negated the shield energy, right? Because it's the understanding that when we see another person going through something, our ability to identify and say, oh, it must not be real because I've never experienced it, shows our limited capacity of understanding, rather than saying, I've been shielded from that, right? Like that's it. What changes in the perception of experiencing when another person articulates something that you haven't experienced, being like, I've been shielded from that? You work to understand the nature of the shield, right? You don't say, I've never experienced it. You go, I just discovered a shield I couldn't see, right? I just discovered a shield I couldn't see. I just discovered a shield I couldn't see. And then you get very curious upon what's been shielding you from being able to see it, right? Because that's what one does when one learns something, right? You don't deny, you don't move into deniability because one hasn't experienced it. You say, why haven't I seen that? What like it builds into the space of a healthy understanding on what it is that may be energetically shielding us. And I feel like that's really important because it's the observation of being able to hold space for another's unlived experience, which is the space by which we articulate the nature of situations that we ourselves have not had to inhabit. But even in the space by which we don't inhabit it, we hold it sacredly because we realize that that is a part of our journey too, right? That the shield unifies us, right? In the experience by which someone had to go through something and we didn't, the shield, the shield is what I did. Like the shield is where we meet. So I feel like that's important because I feel like that's what we see that's happening right now for a lot of this energy. And for some of that, right? Like the ability of identifying and recognizing, like the work of unity is identifying that when we unify, right, there's always an energetic point of contact, right? Not the space by which we deny it, but by the space by which we become we work to understand the nature of it. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I'd encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the court cards and the pentacle suit. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, June 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've seen and read prior to having that class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we've experienced. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or biweekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again on Thursday. On Friday. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Nicole. You got our highest gifter today. You've won a free reading. And Avatar, you came in second. So you will have an additional card in your reading as well. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also going to be doing a giveaway today when we get to 50K likes. We're already at 23.6. Thank you to everybody who's been tapping the screen. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Oh, it's okay, Tail. You know, it's going up now as a podcast, so it'll be available there. It's also on the place where you keep the videos. Absolutely. Hi there, Avatar. Good to see you today, dear. And Ivy, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well for confirming this reading, Mighty. Thank you for the help, Nicole. I appreciate you. And thank you as well, Earcup Crastinator. Thank you for the follow. The collective just wants to hug. I love that. Absolutely. Hi there, Jose. How you doing today? Yeah, the hermit energy is real right now. I can see it. But I gotta say, it feels like a productive hermit energy. You know? Yeah, special comes from entitlement. Tap to claim. Absolutely. I know. I can't believe it's June either. It's been wild. Excellent. I got you, Nicole. Your readings aren't gross. It's just what you're going through right now. I feel as though I aspire to be right, but no problem admitting when I'm wrong, right? So that's not you aspiring to be right. That's you prioritizing honesty. My partner may disagree. Maybe a little stubborn, like am I am, but again, but always admit and account for it. Literally just happened, a conversation with my family, sending you support on that journey, Mighty. Yep. Thank you as well. And thank you, Melissa, for those roses. Yeah, a lot of strong hermit energy right now. I think everyone could use a hug right now, even those, as in me. I'm not a touchy person. Sending you support, Nicole. I've accepted healing hugs from genuine people, and I just haven't known any of those for a while. Sending you support, dear. I had one pop up in reverse for me, my root cause today. Interesting. Nope, nope. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you for those hashtags, Nicole. Excellent. Just bear with me a moment. Hi there, Chanel. How you doing today? All right. And thank you so much, I'm for the compliment. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Just bear with me a moment. Perfect. And thank you for those sparkles, Chanel. I appreciate you. Hi there, Karen. How you doing today? I'm happy to read for you, dear. If you'd like cards pulled, these are donation-based readings. So if you'd like to get on the list, you will be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for 29 for non-paid members. Love is everywhere around us. Tap to claim. And you just have to be open to receive it. There's no need to ask, just accept and you deserve it. Tap to claim, Sai. Love that energy. How you doing today, So Sugoli? If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Hi there from South Africa, Ricardo. Welcome, Earl. Ricardo, I'm happy to do a reading for you if you'd like to get on the list. These are donation-based readings. So personal readings are 3 cards for 29 or more for those who are not paid members. Sending you support on that journey. Absolutely. Excellent. Excellent. Absolutely. Bear with me a moment. Excellent. I need to point out, Tavern, Yeshua did not send messages of fear. Yeshua sent messages on loving each other. Um, and when you invoke their name to try to scare others, you're actually becoming a false prophet. So please be conscientious that you're not becoming the energy that you're so concerned about. And I'm sending you support on that journey. How you doing today, Nicole? Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap. Thank you as well, Ear Cup. Thank you for the follow, dear. Oh, really? That's really cool, Crostinator. I love it. I see life happens for me, not to me. A lesson in every misstep. That's beautiful, Ear Cup. I love that perspective. Having fun with what's provided. I appreciate that, Crass. Thank you for the follow. Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you, Nicole, for the help. I appreciate you. Yeah, I don't like it. Like, look, I don't mind a night of like, I don't mind a Knight of Wands in reverse. I really don't. Like, depending on where it is, because it's a little bit of look before you leap kind of energy. Yeah, absolutely. And Annie, thank you for the follow. Thank you, my Ivy, for the follow as well. Oh, thank you for tapping, Nicole. I appreciate you. Thank you, Serena, for also receiving these messages. And Ear Cup. Yeah, I want you, don't need you. Exactly. Yeah, for that healed Aries energy, tap to claim, Nicole. Can't show love unless you love yourself. Absolutely. Can't see love unless you love yourself. For someone who works full time and hermits at home, I don't know how they'll find me. Just have faith that they will. Follow your bliss. Okay, no problem, Nicole. Absolutely. Thoughts on moon relationships that were on. Hold on a minute. I'm just reading over Annie. Thoughts on moon relationships that were one another's Saturn returns as well. I feel like there, I will tell you right now, it'll feel like the relationship is like damaging friendships, right? Like it would potentially feel like, if I need to point out, if healthy energy, if moving into something healthy is damaging a friendship, then it's potentially recognizing energy outside of partnership that was not giving, like was not putting their best intentions towards what's best for the self, right? Like it may be feeling like there's very painful separations that are occurring in that energy, right? Especially, and I like to point this out, um, especially if those energies were like considered the life of the party, right? Like the observation of the life of the party moving deeper into union, and energy being upset about it, and the energy observing and saying, I feel like the reason, like, are you upset that I'm moving into union, or are you covetous of my energy? Like it's like that. Hi there, Strawberry. Happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, the list is open. You'll be the second person read for. Thank you for the help, Nicole. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Ear Cup. My favorite card right now is Justice, Judgment, and Four of Wands and Queen of Swords or Wands. I like them both. I get it though. And here's the thing about it, those are some very intense cards, right? But in the best way possible. Yeah, a lot in this space learn the hard way. Most aren't born with integrity. I mean, we should have it, but it's true. Like, like, I mean, it's in integrity. Like, you can also, like, you have to be like, trauma tries to make us feel like we don't need to have integrity, you know? Absolutely. And thank you for those hashtags, Nicole. Thank you for also receiving this message, Ed. I don't think I was ever loved in either relationship. Now I can clearly see what it was. Sending you so much support on that journey, Nicole. And thank you, Annie, for receiving these messages. Thank you as well, Mamo, and thank you for sharing the live. Thank you as well, Ed. Yeah, it is. Guides and angelics. Some are energetically protected. Hi there, Tail. How you doing today? And thank you, Alien, for the follow. I thank my guides, angelics, and ancestors every day, multiple times a day. That's beautiful. They showed me what love is. I love to hear that. That was so wounding for me to experience people I care deeply for not valuing. Sending you support, Avatar. Thank you for also receiving this message, Carly. You're so welcome, Ed. Thank you as well. Thoughts on moon? Yep. I hope I answered that question for you, Annie. Absolutely. I know. I'm excited about the next tarot class too. Yeah, they were very painful separations inside and out and all around the relationship. I can see it, right? Because I feel like the observation, like it's probably going to feel like the observation of seeing energy that you decide does not have your best intentions at heart. Yeah, I was his Saturn return. We parted ways and reunited 4 years later. And then he was your Saturn return. That is intense. No problem. I hope that helped, dear. That is wild. All right, we're going to get started right now. If you would like to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The first person we're reading for after the Daily Collective right now is going to be Nicole. Nicole, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? If anybody else would care to get on the list right now, we read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, mind, body, spirit, love readings, mediumship, aura, symbol encoding, dream interpretation. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our reads, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Excellent. And bear with me a moment. Excellent. You're so welcome, Annie. Something without gross energy involved, hopefully. I love that. Absolutely. No problem, dear. How are you doing today, Atira? You can always ask questions here, but if you would like cards pulled, that would be a reading. So if you'd like to have cards pulled on a question, all you need to do is send the donation. I'll be happy to draw cards for you. It's 3 cards for 29 for those who are non-paid members, 4 cards for 23 for those who are paid members, and everyone who's a paid member always receives a free 1 card each day. J Rock, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Before we continue right now with Nicole's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got this out. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. And I pinned you up here. Can I please get... Can I please get... Whoa. Yep. 4 cards for Nicole. Thank you. Highest priority. Yep. Highest path. You know, it's interesting because it's coming through as a really strong message in relationality to understanding that this is going to be, remember that this is going to be an unpleasant memory. You know? Like, this is not, I know it's really hard to recognize right now, but I keep on seeing from the perspective of the guides, from the perspective of the guides, it's already over. Like I can't stress to you what's interesting about it is the guides already see you like like above and beyond. Um, because it feels like, and I think that you recognized it, right? Like when another person is trying to throw mud, right? Like the only thing that you like, the only thing that you do is get your hands dirty, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like I keep on getting a message about the guides being profoundly proud of you, because I just keep on, I feel like I see somebody potentially trying to do everything possible to move you off your integrity, you know? And it's hard too, because like it's like I feel like I see somebody, and it feels awful too, because it's like I keep on getting, it's like somebody trying to paint you. It's like if someone tries to paint you with an ugly brush, it's like they're almost telling on themselves. Like that's the wildest thing about it. It's like anything that they potentially are trying to articulate that you're doing, they're actually doing, right? Because and I think that that's like, that's to me the wildest thing about it. And I feel like it's, I see like, I feel like it's interesting, because what they're kind of trying to articulate to me is the fact that you have to just kind of allow it to energetically wash over you, right? Because and I want to describe like the space by which something washes over us is the fact by which we recognize that something is energetically beneath us, right? As soon, I keep on hearing like, as soon as it washes over you, you recognize that it's beneath you. Like as soon as it washes over you, you recognize that it's already beneath you. Because, and I keep on hearing the joy of this. Like I keep on seeing the joy of this is I keep on hearing the joy, like the guides are delighting in the joy of the fact that somebody trying to move you into a point of desperation didn't work. You know, like the joy of this is someone trying to move you into a state of desperation didn't work. And I feel like, I feel like I see them, right? I feel like I see them energetically despairing about that. You know? Like it really, like I literally see somebody who is like, I just keep on hearing the despair that they tried to place you in. They now find themselves within it. So I feel like I know that it may sound interesting, but it says to me like you have to navigate something with a sense. Like it almost feels like you have to navigate it with a sense of like compassion. And I want to point out like compassion doesn't mean compassion doesn't mean that you need to forgive them, because I see the fact that to a certain extent they did this to themselves. Um, but you know, I feel like just like it feels like almost like it's giving me the type of energy of understanding that when energies like this, they'll take like someone will take any, will do anything like just for a portion of your attention. And I just keep on seeing that in relationality to that, your ability to potentially, like I keep on hearing, you're going to be coming into full recovery, right? I just keep on getting everything is recoverable here. And the reason I keep on hearing everything is recoverable is because um the observation of you, like the observation of you, like I keep on being able to articulate, like being able to articulate on machinations instead of reacting to them is what I keep on hearing, right? Like the state or nature by which you effectively just basically articulate to another in terms of something, or the way by which you energetically experience it. I feel like there's something there that's incredibly powerful and significant, um, specifically and particularly. Like, specifically and particularly, because what it really says to me is, how do I describe this? Um, you know, it says to me, like leave them to it, you know, like leave them to it, because and I want to describe this. Um, I feel like there's something about you stepping into your gifts right now. And the thing you have to identify, and this is really interesting. Sometimes our guides wait for us to step into our gifts when there is not energy around us that would take unfair advantage of them, is what I keep on hearing. You know, sometimes like our guides understand divine timing in ways that are absolutely profound. And it's interesting because I have a guide around you, like articulating upon the fact that, like, I just keep on hearing sometimes we don't step into our gifts until we're finally in um an energetic space by which unhealthy energy won't take advantage of them. So the modality by which, like, from the perspective of the guides, I know it might not feel like this to you. This has all been like a profound energy clearing, right? It's been a profound energy clearing because it says to me, like it says to me, anyone who truly doesn't, anyone who truly didn't care about you, where are they? You know, it's a true friend moment, right? And I feel like the guides are saying you can see who your true friends are now, right? And that's a hard thing about it, right? Like that's what happens with it, with an energy clearing, you know, like the guides say, like we always like, oh, I want an energy clearing, the guides are like whoosh, right? Like there it goes, like, oh look, like, oh look, everyone, like everyone who wasn't a real one, you know, like, oh look, everyone who wasn't a real one, right? Where'd they go? So I think that that's really important there, because everything I keep on seeing in relationality to that work, like that ability of being able to articulate or identify, like I feel like you're finally in the right environment to unify. You're finally in the right environment to unify. And I feel like that's why, like, you know, I even in the space by which, like, bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, right? Like it's saying to me, like it's interesting because like the guys are actually saying if they just went to all that trouble to clear the energy, right? Like don't you don't need to take everyone's apology, right? Another person coming back towards you in these moments, you know, somebody coming back towards you in these moments and trying to articulate and being like, I keep on hearing someone say, like, oh, I knew you could do it. Being like, That's funny because I didn't see you anywhere around me as I was," is what I keep on hearing, right? Like the energy that says, right, I knew you could do it. Being there's the cowardly energy, right? It's giving me a lot of the cowardly energy. Cowardly energy says, I knew you could do it. instead of saying you're doing great, right? Because it's a space by which it's like they tell on themselves in the fact that they weren't like they were waiting to see like how something would end up before articulating their energetic feelings on something. You're allowed to have hard feelings on that because it says to me like your eyes have been open to the cowardly energy in your life, right? And cowardly energy does not stand beside you as you fight, right? Cowardly energy does not stand beside you as you fight. Cowardly energy, right? Cowardly energy is not there every step of the way. Cowardly energy says like, oh, I was, I was keeping like, I knew, right? Being like, no, you didn't, they didn't know anything, right? They didn't know anything, right? They didn't know anything, but it's very convenient to identify the fact that they knew after the fact, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. It's interesting too, because I want to point out something that I think is really something really intriguing. I just wrote this information in Nikki's book. And it's interesting too, because the thing I want to point out is I had your book here, but it says to me like I think what's happening, the reason that I pulled Nikki's book is because it's helping you heal wounds. It's helping you heal intimacy wounds, right? Yeah, because the thing is, oh, that's so wild. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just looking for, yeah, because your book is green, right? So it's saying to me like it feels to me like the healing, that you're doing right now is coming into counterpart connection like soon, and healing the wounds of intimacy, right? So that's very interesting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Ooh, thanks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. That's an interesting word. That's a very interesting word that you said, Nicole. Macronyms. I'm going to put that here. And thank you so much for the follow, J Rock. And SK, thank you for those gifts. I appreciate you. Thank you as well, Heather. Good to see you today. Thank you for confirmation, Nicole. Yep, absolutely. You know what they say. Yeah, you know what they say about throwing stones is like absolutely what I was seeing there. And Chana, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, very delusional. Yeah, the Sag full moon helped a lot, I can imagine. Absolutely not allowing that near me. The energy makes me nauseous. I love that so much. Thank you as well, Annie. Thank you as well, Volcom. Good to see you. Yeah, you and Nikki. Yeah, it's interesting. I should have brought you in an hour ago. I just woke up. Welcome. Do I post the live videos? Yeah, it's already up there, Annie. If you missed the Daily Collective, it's already there. It's also up as a podcast over on Spot and over on Stack. Yep. Excellent. Hi there, KV. It's not illegal, and divination is one of the oldest gifts. We find a lot of divination in the Bible. Vij, I need to point out again, the divination is something that you'll find in the Bible. And again, a lot of the work that I do here, I have a mission. A I have a movement I've called Tarot Church to help you understand that a lot of the stigmatization of the tarot is misperceived in relationality to the images on it, and that we find in the cards a message of universal truth and love that is a part of every organized religion. I hope that helps. And thank you for those jewels, Cece. I appreciate you. Hi there, MK. Welcome from India. Absolutely. Hi there, Amy. Hi, Amy. How you doing today? Hi, Lord. I dropped in here to listen, and I missed, and I know a lot about. I like. Unfortunately, we're just noticing that there's a lot of it's difficult. We're doing our best to navigate it, Amy. Good to see you, dear. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I know. It's all right. I was actually like, frankly, I'm surprised by it. I'm assuming a lot of it is child energy, you know? Like that's the thing I think that's most interesting about it. Mhm. But it's actually been very interesting, Amy, because what we're basically seeing is often I'm keeping a lot of it there because often it comes through and it helps me calibrate and understand what others are going through. You're so welcome. Thank you, Cece. Excellent. Absolutely. All right, we're going to continue right now. The list is open. If anybody else wants to get on the list, or if there's anybody on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list. In the meantime, we are going to get started on one cards for super fans or for paid subscribers. So if you are a super fan or a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, and you would like cards pulled, your one card pull, you can go ahead and let me know your question. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. If you would like to become a super fan or a paid member, you can head over and either become a paid member, and when you do so, you'll also become entitled for one cards. You'll also have access to our superfan only Dips Disco channel where you can meet the collective, and you'll also find a special coupon code there for a discount to our next tarot class subscription program class, which is going to be held on Thursday, June 18th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Excellent. And thank you for the follow, Volcom. Lisa, the list is open. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. Oh, thank you for letting me know, Denise. I'll add you to the list. So, my friends, please hold on the one cards. Anyone who's already posted them, I will read for you. I got you, Lucas. Good to see you today. Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. Readers supporting readers. I feel like you have to have a conversation with someone about your bandwidth on something. You know? Yeah, especially with the Emperor in its reversal. You know, it almost feels like somebody like wanting to give you more responsibility on something, you know? Yeah, like congratulations, you've been competent, right? Like somebody like someone trying to expand, like I feel like you having to like somebody trying to expand a role for you, and you say like it's like somebody trying to expand a role and you having to say to them like I'm not interested in a bakery. Is what I keep on getting. It's like somebody trying to expand a role for you and you being like I am not a baker. Like you're like I'm not, like it's the space by which you can articulate and appreciate but also lay like boundaries down on something is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, Lisa, one card for June, bottom of the deck. Reorganization. I have to point out, I feel like in a way, like it's weird. I feel like I see you cleaning up somebody else's mess, but in a positive, but there being some kind of huge, like some kind of huge benefit in you doing so is what I keep on getting, right? Yeah, like bore. like energy, a healthy energy that recognizes, like energy that knows what the right thing to do is, you know, like, and I want to point out like this, like it's giving me a little bit of like cleanup on aisle 4, but like cleanup on aisle 4 becomes the foundation on something, right? Like somebody who articulates and says, I'll never forget how you like stepped in and fixed something is what I keep on seeing. Yeah. And guys, please hold on one cards. We're going to move back into personals. Yeah, I just saw that Denise sent. Minnie, one card on their energy towards you. I mean, I feel like I see somebody walking on cloud 9, you know? Like I feel like I see somebody who's like, this is what I always hoped relationship would be like. And I do feel like in a way, like I feel like the anxiety, like I almost feel like there's some kind of performance anxiety here in them like working as hard as they can is what I keep on seeing. Um yeah, especially like here's the thing about the blank manifestation, like I feel like I see somebody, like I feel like I see somebody who's like they can't see themselves with clarity. So it feels like it's almost like somebody working through insecurity and you having to reaffirm to someone like it's like it almost like it feels like someone trying to become their best version of self and you having to reaffirm and saying like you who you are is good enough. Everything else is extra, you know? Absolutely. Hi there. How you doing today, Cario? Welcome. Happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list, Volcom. These are one card readings for paid for super fans. Angelic for Bridget, please. You've got a lot of recall coming in right now, is what I keep on getting. And it says to me like how do I explain this? Um the process by which you're energetically remembering, right? Like I keep on hearing like keep a pen and paper handy is what I'm getting. Yeah, particularly I love this. I love this. Like, I love this Queen of Cups because it's like somebody trying to prepare you for the fact that you used to be kind of a big deal. Yeah, it's like I love that. Who, me? Yeah, you. Like it's like, and I feel like the way I think the way you'll notice that is like especially if there's natural like if there's natural energy that goes like, oh, I remember you. Like I remember you. Right? Being like, why do you remember me? Like, oh, only good things, right? Like only good things. Yeah. Noosh, these are donation based readings. Or super fan if you'd like to become a super fan, or send in for a full reading. 3 cards for 29 or more, but sending you support on that journey. Yeah, it does. It was for you, Lucas. Yeah, it feels like it's giving me a little bit of like respectfully, like thank you, but no thank you. Like thank you. No. Thank you, Efrox, for reposting. You're so welcome, Minnie. Absolutely. Oh, so much on your walk today. Yeah, and again, sometimes like I will point out, like it comes like it sometimes comes with the territory of a mentorship. I'm noticing. So absolutely, and thank you for those gifts, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Denise. Denise, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. I got you, dear. Excellent. And while we wait for Denise's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Ooh, I've got your reading here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10. Yep. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the B. We'll do that again after the next reading. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. Adam, thank you for those gifts. I appreciate you. Hope you're having a beautiful day. What do we got? Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Ooh, 333. Tap to claim. A B. How dare you, Nikki? Don't talk to them about that like that. Okay. All right. I've pinned up Denise here, guys. Make sure to give Denise some love. Let's see. How are you doing today, Charles? Wow. You know, it's interesting because like I feel like I feel like I see some kind of situation or circumstance um where like some heavy energy in the past life with you um like it's giving me heavy warrior energy. And the thing about it is like the thing about like the thing you have to understand with like warrior energy is like I see you having to work through like a very deep context with trying to explain to someone that a warrior does not learn how to fight because they want to fight. They learn how to fight because they have to, right? And the thing of it is like, you know, I really do feel like it's interesting because I feel like I see a past life where like you had to deal with a lot of people coming towards you to try to like test their metal against you. And it's hard because like I literally like the thing I keep on seeing or related to it is like, you know, it's almost saying to me like it's a type of energy that says like if somebody feels like they have to prove something like by in order to be like to prove something, the only way to prove something to defeat another, the battle's already over, is what I'm getting, right? Like the observation of another person feeling that they need to prove something by fighting another person, the battle's already over because it's and I feel like you having to say to somebody like one's already so far gone, right? And I think it's really interesting because um I feel like I see you in some capacity, um, identifying and acting as some kind of sacred protector. And, you know, one way I feel like and the hard part about it when I see energy like this in a past life is, it can sometimes make one feel, um like a sense of unreality as one is working in the present context, because I want to describe this, that all, when we don't have a sense of purpose, then it can create a very, the best way I can describe it is it can create a very, like the result of lacking purpose is an existential crisis, is the best way I can describe is what I'm saying. Like the result, like the result of lacking purpose or meaning, it's like it's existential crisis incoming, you know? And I feel like there's something very important about that, because um I feel like you have that tendency of bringing, like, everything you touch becomes a sacred space, right? Like I see the situation by which your ability to touch something and make it sacred is often indicated in the fact that I see you doing things with a lot of intentionality. And it's interesting because I don't know what it is that you do on the day to day, but I feel like I see someone like trying to do something that you do, and you almost articulating them and saying, like, you have to be more careful, right? You have to be like, you can't rush through some things. Some things you need, like, some things need to be done the way that they need to be done. And if you rush them, it's not going to be what you expect. And so I think it's very interesting because I feel that you potentially arrived here with a very healthy relationship to time. And that is something that is very hard to find to a certain extent right now, because I feel like there's a lot of energy, right? I wouldn't be like a lot of individuals who try to rush through things now, or trying to find the fastest point to, like the thing is, like, when you're trying to find the fastest point between point A and point B, I know it doesn't make sense, but you lose C along the way, because it's the understanding, like the speed by which another person races towards something helps us be able to see, like, what their own intentions are. And I feel like that's really important, because I just keep on seeing, I keep on seeing a situation or circumstance by which you've had to, like, potentially let energy go. And this is the wildest thing that I keep on seeing. It's situations by which you've had to let energy go, not because you didn't want the same things, but because of the speed by which another person tried to move towards something. It made it clear that they were there for a means to an end instead of a healthy present, is what I keep on getting. And so I want you to hold on to that to a certain extent, because, like, the word that I see that's happening right now, like particularly as it relates to your Akashic, bottom of the deck, healthy present, right? And why do I keep on getting healthy present? Because healthy present, um, and this is what I keep on getting, like, and that's where that B energy is coming through. Because a healthy present, right? Like, not the, like, not the irritation of someone waiting for something to become something different, but liking where something is. um, I feel like it's hard because I almost feel like you get a lot of energy around you that tries to rush through things, right? I almost feel like I see a lot of energy potentially coming towards you in some way of being like, and I keep on hearing um, like there's no need to be swept off our feet, um, if we're doing something consistently. So I just keep on getting the same message coming through, and it feels like it's coming through from one of your guides, which says if we can do something quick, if we can do something consistently, we don't rush processes because there's no hurry, right? We only rush a process when we worry about another person seeing something that we don't want them to see, or saying something that we're afraid to say. So it almost says to me, like, if someone's trying to rush a process, slow it down, right? Because, and if they get upset about you slowing it down, that's your confirmation, right? Because healthy energy never gets upset when we slow something down, right? The only energy that gets upset when we slow something down is energy that is not in a consistent state, but in a performative one. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. I am going to close the list, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. You'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you for the compliment, Dark. Hokorina, I have no idea what you're speaking about. Make sure that you're not projecting. It's interesting, and I wanna point out there's something important, Denise. If you like go over to the place where you keep the videos, you might see like what I'm talking about in relationality to another person's. Like I keep wondering, like another individual's like unreasonable volatility to like you taking your time doing something is what I keep on seeing. How are you doing today? Welcome. Okay. I'm just reading over the comments. 333 likes. Tap to claim, Annie. And Nikki. That's amazing. Oh my God, that's amazing. It is the only one. Thank you for the compliment, N1. No, there is an avatar. Tito, thank you for the follow. Yeah, you lose sight. Exactly, Lucas. That's what I was seeing, right? Like the ability to, you lose sight. Mm-hmm. Yeah, my Aries moon didn't even know I had an unhealthy relationship with time till you were 30 years in it. That's wild. Yeah, here's the thing about a lot of Aries come here to heal their relationship to time. Like it's where it's like Aries are here to heal their Saturn placements, you know? All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I believe I saw you posted in the disco. And just a reminder to those who become super fans, your super fan or paid member status on the place where you keep the videos gives you access to our super fan only disco channel. Just pulling up Nikki's question. Excellent. I got you. I know. I feel like I should. That's wild that I mean, like, I feel like what's going to happen is some of your messages are going to apply to Nikki. So we're going to hold on to that for a minute. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the wolf. We'll do it again after the next reading. Outside tea. Excellent. I'm going to pin you up. Sura, these are donation-based readings. The list is closed, but after this reading, we're going to start free 1-card readings for paid members and for super fans if you'd like to become a paid member and have a card pulled. You can also get on the list for tomorrow with that question, and you'll be the first person read for before we start the daily collective. Outside tea, advice from my guides, angels on partnership right now. Just bear with me. Let me read some of the inside context. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Got you, dear. Can I please get... Yeah. Yeah, 4 cards, please. Wow, got double ace of swords in its reversal. So I want to walk you through a bit of what I'm seeing here. And I want to, like, the word I'm seeing, right? And I feel like this is going to potentially help. Like, I feel like the word you need to focus on, both in how you communicate to them and what they're receiving from you, is bulletproof, right? Bulletproof. And the reason I'm seeing, like, when we care about each other, right? When we care about each other, we make each other bulletproof, right? And then that's to say, right? And that's to say that if I articulate something, right? If I bring something to your attention, if you articulate, if you say something to me, right? Like, if you come to me with a thought, and I say, well, what about this, right? Then that's not me. That's not me trying to pull you away from that path or direction, right? That's not me. That's not me saying, that's not me trying to negate your excitement about it, right? That's me trying to help you make the idea more bulletproof, right? And that is the greatest gift, right? That is the greatest gift that we can give one another, because it's the space by which it's better for someone we know intimately to make us bulletproof than to ignore, right? And this is what would happen. What would you prefer, right? If I see you, right? If I see you about to go out there, right? And you've got a target on your back, right? If you've got a target, if you're putting a target on your back and I'm not saying anything, right? Then when that inevitable moment comes, right? And you're injured by something that I foresaw and could have prevent, right? Then the responsibility falls on the self because it's the observation of something that could have been avoided, right? But in the space by which you energetically prepare for something, right? Then it's no longer even an issue because it's a space by which another person says, I prepared for that eventuality, right? I recognize that that was an energetic possibility. I know how to fortify for that. So I keep on getting in terms like, and it's interesting because like I keep on getting in terms of bulletproof. I feel like the conversation that you may need to have with another is helping them understand that if they come to you with something, right? If they come to you with something and you articulate to them, like if you bring a point of doubt, or if you're bringing something there for them to think about, then to be able to kind of preface this and say, I want to propose something to help you make it more bulletproof, right? And in the space by which you do so, what you're really doing is you are arming them, right? You're giving them what you need. You're providing them the energetic, you're providing them the eyes to be able to see things, to see something that they might not necessarily have been ready to foresee. Now, in relationality to that same message, right? I feel like that's the work that they need to do, right? In the observation of you helping them understand that there's nothing that you're trying to give them that is not armor, right? And I feel like you saying to them, this is armor. Like I'm equipping you. I'm not tearing down the idea. I'm equipping you, right? That is the thing that I think that they need to be able to recognize and identify, because I do see the fact that they're healing from trauma, right? They're healing from some trauma, from an energy that constantly told them that they couldn't do anything, right? So it feels like something triggering, because it almost feels like it feels like a past experience of someone who was trying to trigger them because they didn't want to they didn't want to lose. I keep wondering, somebody was trying to trigger them in terms of what they could expect because they didn't want to lose them, or they were trying to hold them close, is what I keep on seeing. So I want to describe this particularly for those who are healing. Like I keep wondering, the wounds of a tight knit circle is what I keep wondering. The wounds of a tight knit circle are often having to heal from the sounds of someone saying you can't do anything, you're not capable, because it's the energy that tries to disempower so that they have all your power, is what I keep on seeing. So something about them working through that and you helping them understand that you would never do that to them, that all you're trying to give them is armor, right? Like I feel like that's the first thing to kind of resolve. I also feel like in that way, your ability to, the way that you're articulating to it, right? Think about that, right? Think about bulletproof. Think about armor, which is to say, when someone, when they come towards you with something, right? If you feel like they see something that like might not be like the best direction, right? Then don't negate and being like, don't, make sure that you're not talking in, like, make sure that you're not knowing it. Make sure that you're helping them see more, which is to say, by what you say, have you considered the possibility of this, right? Have you thought about that? because that, like, that is, I keep on hearing, like, think about a fruition, think about a fruitful conversation, right? And a fruitful conversation is one that generates solutions, right? It's not the space by which we effectively like articulate upon the doubt, but the ability of saying like this is something you would have to work out, right? Like bullet, like this is something, and I like to point this out. This is something. I just keep on hearing this is something you would have to work out because and this is something that you would have to work out is literally the sound of understanding like this is what I keep on getting in terms of like bulletproof and armor, which is understanding the quality and condition of having to make adjustments in order to accommodate for things. And I do keep on seeing like I don't know, I keep on hearing like helping another person realize that they only I keep on like I have these issues too, right? Like having like helping another person realize that they only have so much time, which says like the nice thing about a plan is that I keep on seeing like the ability to navigate, like the ability to navigate what's on our plate allows us to be able to find like I keep on seeing like it's something that says like incremental because I keep on hearing like like working through the redistribution energy of time, which is being able to find efficiencies that allow for more time to be found, right? So I feel like it's interesting because I just keep on seeing that you helping them with that. Yeah, especially with the Six of Swords in its reversal, right? I like to point out when we're trying to do something new, right? Like it often says like I like the idea. I always talk about like the idea of two different columns, which says like what you start doing and what you need to stop doing, right? Which is and like that's how we work on time distribution, being like I can do this because I've stopped doing this, right? So like the ability of kind of like I feel like you and them um like I see somebody who's convinced that they just need to work harder, right? And I feel like I often see like that's the thing about it. Like the thing with Taurus energy is the ability of being like, no, it's fine. I just need to get stronger. I just need to work longer. I just need to work harder. But sometimes the solution is working softer, right? Sometimes the solution is working softer because it's the ability of seeing, right? It's the ability of finding a way to integrate something or to take a softer approach to it that, like, it says to me, right? It's like the one thing you want to avoid, especially with this wolf energy, is like being able to identify, like I keep on getting, like what the what the long-term manifestation goal is, right? So making sure, like I feel like, and once you have the manifestation goal, saying like, does this work towards that purpose or does it work against it? Right? That's what I keep on saying. Does that like does this work towards the manifestation goal or does it work against it? Because sometimes sometimes like there are circuitous routes, but making sure like being able to say to somebody like what's the aspiration there helps us like get in a better headspace upon it. So I feel like it's important. And I want to point out like the one thing, remember when I said, like, what is that? What's that Sagittarian Gemini combo doing with some energy being like, I can do it because you're feeling super strong with the Sagittarius Gemini. Like it says, like, I keep on saying in my readings, be very conscientious as to what you take on at this moment, which isn't the space by which it says you can't take on things new, but being conscientious and making sure that you have the bandwidth, right? Like being like, okay, I can accommodate for that. Like that's something that's doable or positive or something that's energetically realistic. So think about, I keep wondering, like not hurdles, think about increments, right? Not a hurdle, an increment. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person. You'll be on if you want to get on the list for Friday, because we'll be offline tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. How you doing today, Soul Empath? Sure. I typically don't read the comments as I'm doing a reading. I read them afterwards. So you have to just be patient here, Grace. Okay. And just bear with me a moment. Excellent. The list is closed today, Stella, but if you want to get on the list for Friday, you'll be the first person read for. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you, Nikki. I appreciate you. Absolutely. Thank you, Nicole. Yeah, you love that song. Oh, excellent. I wasn't even thinking about the song. That's exactly it. Yeah, exactly. Beautifully stated, Bridget. Like if you see something, you want to make sure like it's like straightening the tie energy, right? Yeah, I thought that too. I'd never let anyone go out there if I didn't know. Yeah, kind of, but not really. I'm sure. Understood, Nicole. Oh, really? Your daily notebook is dark blue with gold eyes, like my accent wall. I love that, Annie. That's wild. Yeah, it's a good way to frame it. My dream journal's so cute. It's collecting dust. Take a picture of it. I'd love to see it on the disco. Yep. I had to like rebuild. I had to rebuild my my journal. It was falling apart. Yeah, absolutely. However, we have worked in very different spaces, so my area of expertise is different, but that's a blessing, right? Being able to articulate to another and say like I would like to be able to lend you my expertise on something. I think that's a big part of it, not being supported in the past. Yeah, it feels like there's an old wound there. I swear I have the most beautiful dream journal. Posted. Well, Annie, if you become a super fan, you can post it in our subscriber only disco channel. Your fire's too explosives for a little flimsy box. That's very funny. Yeah, the frame. So like working on the framing, like helping them understand and say like I want to say something to you to help you to make the idea even better. You know? No problem, Ivana. The list is closed today. Stella. Yeah, that's definitely them since a full moon. Yeah, you just have to be conscientious of it. Yeah, that makes total sense. You're so welcome, Nikki. Absolutely. Hi, Ella. We're about to start one cards right now for anyone who hasn't had a one card already. We already did one round of one cards. Oh, that's so cool. Use the feathers as bookmarks. You know, the thing about them is that because they're round, I find that they sometimes have a hard time sitting in the book. You know? Excellent. Oh, I appreciate that, Soul Empath. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. I got you, Junebug, one card. During my meditation, I was complaining to my guides about someone. And then that person appeared in the doorway of my inner sanctuary listening. I mean, so, you know, here's the thing like, the thing I'm seeing, um, I mean, if they like, or do they also have extra sensory? You know, I think it's interesting because it almost feels like energy being like, you know, I can hear you, you know. Like it's like someone's ears are burning. You know, with the justice card, the justice card bottom, like the justice card bottom of the deck. Um, and I want to point this out. Like, and I feel like, like, I feel like this is the message that the guides were trying to articulate to you, right? Which is the difference between complaining to someone and talking about someone. I feel like the guides were trying to say to you with that vision, what would you say if they were here right now? Right? Like, what would you like? I feel like that's what the guides were trying to do in relationality to that, right? Like the space, the difference between, like, the trying to show the difference between what you're articulating, or articulating to them that's bothering you, versus how you would choose to address it, right? Because I feel like I feel like that's the guides, like it feels like the guides were trying to create the opportunity for you to kind of, like I feel like they're almost trying to show you that you don't necessarily need them to be present to have that conversation, right? Like, we don't require each other's presence to work through what we would like to say to one another, you know? Absolutely. Mhm. But it's very interesting given the fact that we've talked about some of the stuff that's happening there in the Akashic. So that there's a bit to unpack there too, in relationality to that energetic connection. Oh, they just went in the guest room again. That's so wild. I got you, dear. One card on working towards manifestation goal for Melissa, please. Just a lot of different. There's a lot of different ways to get there, right? Like, navigate every possibility is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with the Nine of Wands and its reversal. Um, animal, or like, yeah, it says to me, like, don't be too myopic in terms of how something has to come towards you, is what I keep on seeing. Don't make sure that you're not being myopic in terms of, like, identifying, like, only one direction, right? There are many different ways. Like, it says to me, like, there's many different, like, I feel like there's many different little things that you can be doing right now that could be bringing a manifestation goal towards you, is what I'm seeing. Ella, one card highest, please. Whoop. We got the Two of Wands in its reversal with the Lovers, I mean, the transverse with the Lovers card. I feel like this is really difficult because it feels to me like I just keep on seeing, um, like, it's like, I feel like when we care about each other, we make things as easy for each other as possible, but we can't do things for one another, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, and especially with this Page of Cups, I feel like I see you, like, working through um a lot of past life issues, like, related to another person. Um because the thing I keep on getting is, like I almost feel like somebody being like, "Oh, it's so easy for you." And you almost having to say to someone, "It's not easy, you make it look easy." You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's somebody who might have a false perception of like what others go through to make something look effortless, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Animal oracle, please. Yeah, especially with the goose, right? Like, there's nothing, like, I keep on hearing, like, you having to say to someone, like, someone being like, "You're so lucky," and you being like, there's no luck. There's, like, you taking, I keep on hearing, like like often somebody who says the word luck doesn't realize that that's the energy of someone taking muck and turning it into something important, right? Like you don't find there's no luck, but there's a lot of muck. And the ability of kind of working through something and doing the best you can is like luck is made. It's not found, right? It's what you do with a less desirable circumstance by which one is able to create luck is what I keep on saying. And I feel like that's like I feel like that's the difference between you and another person is like I see you just like doing a lot of work in terms of like transmutation, like and then another person misperceiving what they see that you and then like somebody misperceiving what you do with something that they themselves like that I keep wondering them like misperceiving something that they wouldn't have even bat an eyelash to because they're being too picky or they're looking too much for something that's perfect, you know. Oh, that's wild, Nicole. That's beautiful. Julia, one card, highest and best, please. Two cards coming out. Um, King of Wands with Knight of Cups in its reversal, which is saying to me, like, I feel like I keep on hearing, like some things we can't apologize for. Is what I'm 333 when I say this, you know. And it says to me, we say what we mean and we mean what we say, and we don't say things to get our way, right? And you'll often see like the sound of volatility, like the sound of someone being like having no boundaries is often the sound of someone constantly changing direction, right? Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Page of Cups in its upright, you know, something energetically occurring there, or working working through something in such a way like, and I keep on seeing like, you know, I like to point out audacious energy, like audacious energy has no respect for feelings is what I get, because it's the space by which another person, right, like the space by which another person doesn't understand that their perpetual course correction like affects others around them is what I keep on seeing. So it almost feels to me like if somebody's in that space by which they're not being consistent, a lack of consistency is all the closure you need sometimes, right? Like someone not being consistent, that's its own lack of closure, because it's often like it doesn't allow the space by which when we care about each other, we're consistent for one another, or we try, like if we can't be perfect in that, but we try to do something as consistently as possible, you know. Thank you, Nicole. One card for Nicole, divine counterpart. Keyword, I love that. Two cards coming through, three cards. You know, it's interesting. The word I'm hearing is storm bracer. Not storm chaser. Storm bracer, right? So it almost says to me like someone who works on preparedness, you know? Like I keep on seeing someone who's like, I have a plan for that. Yeah, like I keep on seeing like I literally see someone who like has a tendency of planning for every eventuality, you know? Like they're very like I keep on getting it's interesting because I feel like you're healing from storm chaser and you're finding storm bracer, right? So like that says to me like somebody who like is always working, like who's always working on behalf of those around them. Animal oracle. Yeah, clarification with the seal. Like it feels like some Like, I feel like I see somebody who's been in some like really wild situations. Like, it's the type of energy, somebody being like, that would never happen. And you being like, it could like, is somebody who's like, someone who like always knows the percentages of being like, no, actually, like this is a percentage by which that like, it is, I've got a lot of numbers there. Right. Like somebody who's like, they often deal in the space of eventualities. Excellent. Avatar, 2 cards on their energy around not reaching out. Oh, around you not reaching out. I feel like I see something here. Um, like I did you guys was there an argument? You know? Like I feel like I see somebody who's kind of like yeah, especially with the Page of Cups. Um it would have like I feel like it would have been I feel like I could see a situation by which something would have been awkward. Like I see the fact that like I feel like I see somebody who observes that like it's an awkward like I don't know if there's an awkward situation where you and them got in some kind of conflict point. And I keep on seeing like we don't wait for a celebration to patch something up, right? Like it feels like um but it almost feels like somebody who might have been expecting like been like, oh, this will allow us to kind of move through something, right? And so I feel like this is them like recognizing that something has like really like oh being like oh it's like they're very upset is what I'm getting, you know? Yeah. Hi there, Alexandra. Good to see you. Highest party for Alexandra, please. I feel like you have to write that plan down. You know, you saying to somebody, I've been taking some notes or some ideas to change something is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, right? Like I keep on hearing it's not real until you write it down. Make sure that you're keeping some notes as it relates to something that you're working on changing. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. Note bracer with a B, Nicole. Yeah, you got it. Okay, perfect. Yeah, you know what? It's so wild, Annie. I was getting the same feeling. Honestly, Annie, I was getting the same exact feeling around it. You know, like somebody who's in the business of like knowing possible outcomes. Yep. Yeah, no, no, that was the same exact energy I was kind of seeing. Yep. They chose not to communicate again. Yeah, and so I feel like it's them being like, "Oh, I really did it this time." Ruby, one card on the possibility of them highly like it feels very likely. Or like I don't know if like keeping an eye on something, doing a little like it says to me like it's giving me a little detective hat energy. Like maybe not telling them who they are is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like it feels like I don't know why. It feels like somebody who's trying to get in the proximity to get a read on somebody. I keep on getting a read and a beat on someone, you know? You're so welcome, dear. Oh, we got 50K. Hooray. No, I get it, Avatar. I can see it. No, I understand. Yep, Ivana, one card on guidance from them. Um, they trust your judgment. They think you're doing it. Like I keep on saying, like it feels to me like you're exactly where they expect you to be. You know, and I feel like they're giving you a lot of credit on something. Yeah, I feel like they don't think they could do it the way that you're doing it. Like I literally see somebody potentially articulating on your behalf in relationality to how you're choosing to approach something. Yeah, especially with this adder energy, you know? Like it feels to me like it says to me like if they're not it says to me if they're not giving you feedback, like take the feedback as approval, you know? Mhm. Okay, I got you, Ruby. Oh, thank you for confirming what I was seeing there, a reed and a bead. I was like, yeah, it's really interesting that they said a reed and a bead. Yeah, I was like, because that felt very, it felt very. Alyssa, these are one card readings for paid members if you'd like to become a paid member. You're so welcome, dear. How are you doing today, Dewan? Welcome, James. Hi there, user UQ. You're so welcome, June. Excellent. Absolutely. All right, my friends. So we're gonna do the 50K giveaway now. Thank you guys so much for helping us reach that number over on the clock app. I'm currently thinking of a number right now between 1 and 43. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see. Oh, Ella, you got it. Congratulations. We'll do that again. Well, I doubt we're not going to get to 50K. We're not going to get to 100K today, but by some miracle, if we get to 100K. Nikki, highest priority, please. It's a trigger. Like I literally see somebody, like it feels like a very heavy trigger in terms of somebody like having someone having to navigate the space by which they recognize another person that was planting seeds of doubt in an individual, right? In order to limit them is what I keep on seeing, right? And so I feel like the space by which you have to reaffirm and say like I want to see you, like I want to see you doing, like helping to reaffirm another person and telling them like you want to see them like absolutely the best, being like saying to someone like anything you say to them is meant to effectively bless them or to help them find that high, like the best way of doing something. So not the space by which you're not trying to steer someone away, but you're cheering someone on, right? Which is saying you're trying to help them see how they can do something in a way that would be perfect. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be offline tomorrow. We'll be back on Friday. If you would like to get on the list for Friday and have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective, you can head over and you can send the donation today and you'll be added on first priority tomorrow. If you became a super fan or paid member today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our super fan. Message me a disco gif and I will send you an invite to the super fan only disco channel. There you can introduce yourself to the collective and you'll also find a special coupon code in the perk section that will give you a discount on our tarot class subscription program. Our next class will be on Thursday, June 18th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies in the tarot with a focus on the ace cards. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today. Oh, thank you. One card for Yaz. Bear with me one moment. One card for Yaz, please. We don't look at the tarot to give us instructions in terms of how to move, but around the energy on that. I mean, I feel like I see somebody who's currently going through it, you know? Yeah, especially with this tower moment. Like, I feel like I see somebody that's in a heavy space. So, like, it almost feels to me like somebody, like, it feels like You know, it would say to me, like, I don't like it says to me, like, you, um, like, it almost feel like you saying to somebody, like, I've got your back, even if we're not in complete agreement on everything, is what I keep on getting. Like, that's the thing about it. It's like, it feels to me like somebody who would feel reaffirmed that you guys are in, like, it would convince them that you guys are fine, is what I keep on getting. Right? It would convince them that you and them are perfectly fine, that there's nothing to worry about there in nature, in like in connection to the relationship. So thank you so much for having that reading with me. Thank you so much as well, Yaz. My friends, I want to, hi there, Phoenix. How you doing today? Yep, I got it. Absolutely. Oh, you want to use your gift for Friday? Okay, I'll put you on now, Nicole. Thank you for letting me know. I'll just put you in. Excellent. So you'll be the first person that we read for on Friday. I'm well, thank you. Yep, I got you, Nicole. All right, my friends. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again on Friday. Have a great day, everyone.